on the stream. Give it like another 7 seconds and it'll actually be up. So, okay. If you just want to run through it again right quick there, man, that way I know people like to take a look at the VOD.
Yeah, and don't forget about the little addition to the temporary addition to the...
Yeah, the main thing I remember is we had the shifter show up screaming all Hail Mary in the middle of the night, and then we almost killed him because he was very annoying.
Oh yeah, there was that too.
So that's a thing.
Yeah, so Gavin, I checked out Fantasy Grounds, the Q&A and the forums. There is, because of the way that the rules and the contracts are set up, there is no way to change certain things about the game. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So for that Iron Stone of Mastery, just add 1 to things you're proficient in. So your
I already did.
goes up by 1, your spell attack goes up by 1, all your skill proficiency go up by 1, your proficient saving throws, yeah, all that shit.
So let me ask you that. It's just, let's see, we don't have a few people in here. Is Nate not coming in and doing what Brandon's doing?
Brandon, he's been here. I don't know where he's at right now, but he was here shortly before you guys got here.
We ran him off. I'm intimidating.
So,
oh, he's not in the... Oh, there he is. All right.
But last I recall was we got to the new town with the Dark Elf people.
Moon
Not...
Elf.
What's that? The Moon Elves, I'm sorry. Because we left Thalassia... whatever.
You're in Thalassia right now.
Oh. This is what happens when I look at my notes.
Where
But
you
we went to
left
the...
was Birkwood. You left
We left Birkwood.
Yeah.
We went to Thalassia. We're the friends with the Archdruid from Birkwood. They don't think highly of the halflings either. They've got their own ley lines that Velostris wanted to check out. We convinced him to let him go check it out. Then we went and spent the night at the inn, where then the shifter came in and started screaming at everybody. And then,
Dorian. Hey, Sean, you're not speaking through yours. I can hear you through Kelly's. By the way, Kelly, we found a registry that said Kelly's gift registry for Target. I just wanted to confirm that it was you. Like, well, because there were several Kellys, actually. So... Is it full of Fox-themed stuff? I didn't notice. Okay, well, I'll look and see if it's filled up with Fox things, and if it is, I'll know it's you. Never mind, it was on... Mary said it was on Bye Bye Baby that she found it. It wasn't Target that we looked at. Okay. You're good. So, I mean, I think everyone's got a pretty good idea of where we're leaving off. Does anybody have any questions?
Alright, there we go. Do me a favor, can somebody in Discord say a thing right quick?
Thing.
What
Perfect.
do you need?
Yep, that works. Okay.
Well, I told Mary to pour me a cup of coffee, and she grabbed this like giant.
Yeah, I don't care.
cup. So,
No, I'm kidding. I got it. It was a quick jury rig, but it's working now. There's there. At least now
holy
anybody.
crap!
Yep, no one cares about your giant coffee mug.
I do. How big is it?
Freaking enormous. I'm never drinking all this coffee. Anyway.
Yo. Okay, so look. Kelly, how many spells do you have? Because I have 44.
Oh, well, I don't have
Yeah,
that
sorcerers don't get a lot of different spells. They just get a lot of versatility with the spells they have.
Do you know how long it takes to change all these saving throws and everything like that just to add 1 point?
Actually,
All
you
these
can open up the hourglass for each of your spell category, and you can just go to save DC and do in +1, or plus 1 more than
Oh,
what it's at. Just for the whole
no.
category instead of by each
Already-
individual spell.
I don't even remember the ones that I did. Now I gotta do it all over again?
No, you don't have to do it. Well, I don't know if you do or not.
Please, I got a mug.
Finish up the category that you were at. And then go by category. I discovered that, and it's a lot easier.
That have you told them about your new update to the game?
Oh yeah, spells that consume material components, not spells that have them, but spells that specifically consume a material component. You must now have that component to cast the spell. If it consumes the component.
Okay.
The fuck?
Yeah, I'm gonna need some time to adjust to that. 'Cause
I know it's a new
I
thing,
haven't the slightest
so
clue what it
when it
requires
comes
about
down to you
myself.
casting a spell, like don't worry about it for now. Just when it comes down to you casting a spell that consumes a material component, we'll just look at it at the time, and eventually we'll knock them all out.
Okay.
And I'll just say that you have it for the moment.
Does it say? Where does it say whether or not it actually consumes it or not?
It will specify that it consumes it. Not a lot of spells actually consume their material component. Like, I'm looking
They're
at her
just
spell list right now. Yeah, like, even Earthquake, it doesn't consume a material component, and it requires a pinch of dirt, a piece of rock, or a lump of clay. Well, I'm not going to require the material component, and even still, you're going to have one of those things with an arm shot anyway.
All she has to do is reach down to the ground and grab a pinch of dirt, damn it.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, right now I'm looking up a bunch of stuff, and it's just like it requires a component.
I got a jar of dirt!
Oh, well, see, that's different. What you're looking at is where it'll say M, which stands for material. Then it'll list the component, and it'll usually say in parentheses after, it'll say which this spell consumes, is what it'll say.
I don't think any of mine
I don't think anything
consumes.
consumes.
Yeah, that's not very common for it to consume. But like, let's for example, if you look
Revivify.
yeah, like Revivify, for example, or like Hero's Feast. Hero's Feast is one that is meant to be kind of pricey to cast, which is the main reason I'm making this change. Because some spells are just, they have that expensive component as a control mechanism for the spell.
So let me ask you this: are we only going to do it for spells that consume the thing?
Only spells that consume. If it has a material component and it doesn't consume it, don't worry about it.
Oh yeah, I don't think any of my spells consume anything.
Force Cage consumes 1,500 gold pieces.
No,
worth
it
of Ruby
requires it, but it doesn't consume it. I'm looking at it. Ruby
I thought
dust
it
worth
consumes it.
1,500 gold pieces. It doesn't say anything about consume.
Well, then
Okay, then don't worry
in order
about
to keep your account open, you're gonna need to have. minimum
So-
of-
Well, that means, I gotta check about Paragon and if any of his shit consumes shit.
So if you look at Revivify, it shows it says diamonds worth 300 GP, comma, which the spell consumes. That is a great example if you want to know. So yeah, if it doesn't say that, then you're good.
Well,
I think all mine's fine. I'm safe. Otherwise, I'm shopping for bat fur and other shit.
Yeah, I had to get
You're
bat
gonna have to
fur
go
and
buy some
various
dirt.
crystal balls.
You're gonna need to go buy you some dirt to be able to cash that there for like.
I got a jar of dirt, and you
Oh,
can
no.
have it. Every time y'all say dirt, I think I go back to freaking Captain Jack Sparrow. I got a jar of dirt. You can
Yeah.
have it.
It looks like I'm gonna need diamonds. I'm gonna need some powdered iron.
You just
Hey.
had the big fancy shit, didn't you?
I need snow and ice in quantities sufficient enough to make a life-size copy.
I got.
Dude,
Which is-
for the entire next arc, don't worry about the snow.
I need 1,500 gold pieces worth in powdered ruby. That's very specific. That
Does
I
it-
need to sprinkle over.
Does it consume that? Because I have the same thing. That's what Force Cage takes, but it doesn't consume it.
Yeah, this says yes, and consumed by the spell. Sprinkled over and consumed by the spell.
Gross.
Well, I got diamonds. That'll probably be worth it because I got a bunch of large diamonds and emeralds. I think
And
I
I'll
also got some large
also say
rubies.
if it requires, let's say, a diamond worth 300 gold pieces, 3 diamonds worth 100 gold pieces will suffice.
Well, yeah.
I need slip that.
Oh, it's even finally made item cards
Um.
for some of the weird shit that I bought.
True seeing.
Yes, yes. What does true seeing require?
I made for the eyes that cost 25 GP. Made up of mushroom powder, saffron, fat, and is consumed by the spell.
Oh yeah, I need
I've legit never used it, but it's good to know.
yeah, I need rare chalks and inks infused with precious gems.
Jesus.
50 gold pieces for a teleportation circle.
Well, okay, that's not too bad.
I mean, but I'm not really worried about teleportation circle because I can both plane shift for free and teleport for free.
Well, and the thing is, like, I almost want to say don't worry about it if it's cheap components, but you guys want consistency, so I
Yeah.
feel like it's just a lot more consistent for me to say. If it requires
Well, I need
material,
a
or
I need
if
a
it
small-
consumes it.
small parchment with a bit of holy text written on it.
Oh, I can do that.
Oh my god, Gavin. I just read your pink frilly handcuffs of cock charming. If everyone will hang tight for a moment, let me read what Gavin wrote for the item card. These were the pink handcuffs that were supposed to charm somebody if I use them on them and during, hanky-panky time. So, pink frilly handcuffs of cock charming. These are pink frilly handcuffs. When worn for at least 5 minutes during coitus, no pressure, the wearer becomes charmed by the other party involved for 24 hours. For this duration, the wearer is convinced that they are in love with you. Repeated acts of coitus within this 24 hours do not refresh the effect, and you must wait until the 24 hours are over for the target to be able to become charmed in this manner again. In the instance of a gangbang, the wearer is charmed by the individual that they were involved in coitus with for the longest. The act must be consensual. Don't be raping. It doesn't work for rape. However, if you go to jail for rape and Jeffro Jones makes you wear them in the shower, it does work for him.
So, Gavin,
Yeah, what's up?
I need a lot of shit. Like, I need a silver mirror. I need diamonds worth 300 gold pieces.
I know, I realize I just sprung this on you now, so don't worry about it, really. Just start working on getting those materials.
Well, it's for Paragon. Paragon doesn't have shit.
Maybe
Paragon doesn't need Revivify anyways, so
Paragon does need Revivify.
why? He doesn't need to be revived.
Not for
He does
himself.
things correctly.
What if somebody else dies? Okay, listen.
I can cast True Resurrection, so doesn't matter.
I'm just saying, like, and I need a small silver mirror.
Yeah.
I need a lot of shit, Gavin. This is not okay, Gavin.
Don't worry.
A small
about it
clay
for now.
mold of Zigart. Or Ziggurat. I need a small clay model of Ziggurat. I need a lot of shit, Gavin.
Start making
Uh,
a grocery list.
So,
A pinch of salt, 1 copper piece placed on each of the corpse's eyes, which must remain there for the duration. Like,
yeah, you can have copper pieces. That's not different. But all right, Shaz,
Gavin, this is not okay.
Where we last
he's a
left our
temporary character
adventures.
Anyway, don't worry about it. I'm not gonna depower your character because I sprung something on you. Just for permanent characters, be working on getting these materials. Just
Oh, I don't have to
consider
Make
after
yourself a
this
grocery
arc,
list.
you're gonna need this stuff.
Got it. So, right. I don't think Aaron needs any of that shit though. All his spells are ranger spells.
So, where we last left our heroes.
They were in the tavern sleeping.
Yep, we just got done. We had the shifter guy, Paragon, join up with the group. And then we decided to go to bed and start the day fresh to go and inspect the ley lines in the town where Velasquez wanted to go. And this was kind of on the way to where the Lich and all those people are going to be. So we kind of just passed it through, but I know Velasquez wanted to check out the ley lines. If there's anything else going on, you're going to have to refresh my memory. We're at the Dusk's Respite Inn.
Yes.
And for anybody that was looking for crystals, there's a shopkeeper by the name of Yai Koreshi that we can go check out.
I bought most of them.
Yeah, he already bought crystal.
I already bought like all of them.
Yeah, he bought 6 of them.
Oh, that's right, that's right.
That's what she had.
Yeah, I now have flying wings that I don't know how to use yet.
Hey, who is General Heredier? Oh, that was the guy that's running the forces over at where they're trapping the Lich.
Yeah, that's the guy who's... Well, that's the general of the, I want to say True Sons? No, that's not right. That's from a different... What's your band of adventurers called? Your men in tights there, Shaz?
The Dark Sons.
The Dark Sons. Oh, yeah, that's the guy over them.
No, it's not.
Are you sure?
Yeah, he knows. He knows exactly who he is.
Oh.
General Heretier is the guy from Thalassia that's in charge of the Thalassian forces out there. I'm reading all my stuff now.
Well, Gavin, who was the guy that you were telling me about that was over the Black Sun?
The Dark Sons?
Dark
I haven't told you
Sons.
anything about the leader of the Dark Sun.
Yeah, you were.
No, I wasn't. I haven't told you anything about him.
Yeah,
They
you
mentioned
did.
him by name. They mentioned that they did
No.
say
Hold on.
Vicmorn.
Hold on. These are sidebar conversations between Dorian and... Anyways, as I
You
was,
heard
I
the
digress.
name Commander Vicmorn.
I digress.
Vickman.
Yeah, we had a whole different conversation about that a couple weeks ago. But anyways. Alright, so, what are y'all doing?
Well, I'm waking up and I'm going to go have breakfast.
I will be waking up, and I will not be eating breakfast, but I will join you with my cup of herbal tea.
Yeah, what kind of food we got in this inn?
So it's... You see they actually have a delicacy in stock if you have... I don't think your character's probably ever tried owlbear meat. So they've got that. Various herbs and spices that they kind of serve. Like just basically steamed greens. That can go along with it, as well as just fish from like the local stream. Pretty generic tavern food other than the like owlbear meat.
I'm going to just go ahead and get up early and I'm just going to buy breakfast for everybody. I'm just going to get it out there.
Alright.
With a large cup of coffee. Because
Okay.
I feel I'm going to have to
that.
deal with some extra bullshit today. Since we have a shifter that's coming in screaming in the night. And I didn't sleep very well because of that. So I'm tired.
Yeah, go ahead and
So-
add 1 point of exhaustion. No, I'm just kidding.
So I won't eat breakfast, but I will drink my herbal tea.
I'm going down eating breakfast.
Yeah, I was like, I mean,
When you say I'm, from this point forward, you're gonna have to specify who.
Oh yeah, that's right. Aaron and both Paragon and Solomon are all going down to get breakfast.
Dude, how does Solomon fit in these inns? I thought he was like 7 feet tall, 10 feet long, like 900 pounds.
Solomon
I mean,
would be bored like a horse, man.
You
I'm
gotta,
sorry.
he kind of has to
Yeah.
do like a handstand. You kind of have to angle it, you know, to get him through the door.
Like
but-
this just...
Understand, Aaron, you better tip while where these places going. They're having to make accommodations for you. So how much
Yeah.
is breakfast going to cost for everybody? I'm just going to get like a
For
breakfast
everybody,
platter.
Let's see, 5 breakfast as like a
Wait.
platter. Just,
No, that's 4.
Oh, 4. Just charge yourself like 2 gold.
2 gold it is.
I leave a gold coin in my room.
Is everybody getting up early like me? Because otherwise I'm just going to sit, have my coffee, and read one of my books.
Yep, I am.
Okay.
Yep. I'll subtract my 1 gold piece.
There you go. Thank you for keeping track of it.
Is there
Really just killing your budget.
is there a fireplace?
There is.
Is there a fire in the fireplace?
There is. Though you notice that the fire in the fireplace, it seems to be a magical fire, and it has more of a purplish tinge to it.
Alright, guys. So, what exactly is the game plan for today? Is there anything anybody needs from the town? Because I know we're kind of passing through to get on to the next town over with the Lich.
The Lich. Oh, okay. I gotta get Paragon's voice back in.
Yeah, you should have a bottle of water next to you for tonight.
I know.
I mean, yeah.
Do you know? Yeah, this is gonna be fun.
Me.
Pretty much.
I mean, if it hurts, dude, don't do it. Pick a different voice.
The Lich you speak of.
Yeah.
You do realize he will stop at nothing to kill you, correct?
No, I kind of figured we'd be buddy and do each other's hair.
Hey, Shiziki, roll a perception check real quick.
Crap. Oh, it was so close to being good, too.
It wasn't a very high DC. You notice in front of you, and it kind of startles you, but it doesn't really seem to be taken notice by anybody else. You notice what looks like a raven soar down, and it kind of almost like the old Windex commercials. It slams into the window, gets up and flies off.
Okay.
Damn Windex.
I'm just gonna go take a... Is it like a high window?
It was like literally right in front of you. It kind of startled you a little bit, and you looked up just in time to make out what looked like a
I'm
raven.
just gonna casually take my coffee and go over to the window, take a look and see if anything happened there. If anything was dropped. Anything at all.
No, but when you look up, you do see what looks to be an entire swarm of like a swarm to the point where you have to focus to make it look like it's not a cloud of ravens circling the city.
Well, that's a
So-
thing.
When Shiziki stands up to walk through the window, Velasquez is gonna stand up and like drag a chair.
Actually,
towards the,
Velasquez.
yeah.
I should have kept note of that. You would have seen this too.
Why is it because of my 24 to passive perception?
No, it's because of the certain
20
thing that you have that lets
25.
you see things.
25 to passive perception. My bad.
It's not even that. It's you. I can't say it, but
Yeah,
I feel like you
I know. I know.
Alright. Well. Interesting.
Well,
So-
Velasquez will go sit by the fire. Is it warm?
It is,
He'll scoot real close to.
but it's like a controlled warmth, where normally when you're sitting next to a fire, you can tell, like, let's say you're somewhere cold,
Yeah.
all the heat's on the front of your body where you're still cold on your back. This is like a fire that when you're near it, it feels even. Like your entire body is warm just by being in proximity to.
So, Paragon's going to find a spot on the floor, kind of an empty spot, sit down, lay his hammer across his lap, and start to just be like, "You've lost power. But don't worry. We will get it back."
Hey, Paragon. Do you normally
he
talk to your weapon over there?
He completely ignores him and just continues talking.
Yeah.
Hey.
Shiziki.
Yeah.
You hear a voice in your head that's just says, Shiziki. What am I to do with you? And you see over by the door what looks like a bunch of ravens flying in and then leaving the inn. Which is weird considering the door's closed.
Anybody else see anything weird here lately?
Velasquez is gonna kind of look up, and he's gonna eyeball each and every one of you, and be like, "No, I have not." And he's gonna turn back to the fire. But-
Shiziki?
Yeah.
I do have a question for all of you whenever you have time.
What do you mean by weird stuff?
I don't know. Maybe there's just something in the breakfast. Who can tell?
Suddenly, in a way that it almost your head, you just hear this loud raven squawk, like echo through your head, almost like you're not doing what something wants you to do by standing there at that moment, and to the point where you kind of like have to clutch your head a little bit.
Okay. Well, on that note, I think I'm going to go and take myself a little walk. I tell you what, if any of you need to do some shopping or anything today, can somebody just pick up some, I don't know, some healing potions for me? I'll meet up with you guys in a bit.
Real quick, Shiziki. One, I have no money to pick up anything for you, so I do apologize in advance for that. Two, which do you think is more dangerous, a lich that controls undead, or a mage's congregation that wishes to control the undead?
I mean, it really just comes down to the intention behind it.
I say we just destroy them all. There's no need.
Agreed.
Yes, and Velasquez will turn back to the fireplace and he'll be like, "This color is so mundane, disgusting." He'll wave his hand and change the color back to like a regular red.
Just standard flame.
Yeah, you just cast control fire,
Okay.
or what is it? Control flames? I think
Yeah,
it's
something like that. It's cantrip.
Yeah, and I'll just change the color back to a regular fire.
Alright.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I'll even tell Celio, just follow them for a bit. If anybody needs me, I'll be on the aimlet, but, I'll catch up with you guys in a bit.
Oh shit, I forgot about her.
Yeah, she's still there. And Zai should be too.
Yeah, he is. He's there. He's just sipping a cup of coffee. He's like
You know, I'll just say, Zai, I'm putting you in charge today. Go get some nice healing potions.
I'll do my best. But didn't they say the potion shop was kind of closed? I think they said it's closed.
Man, I can't remember all these things. I don't have my notes. I didn't have time to get situated today. I'm all off my game.
Paragon's going to stand up, put his hammer back behind him, and just walk out the door.
Okay.
As soon as Paragon opens the door, I'm just going to act like he opened the door for me and be like, oh, yeah, appreciate that. And I'll walk out behind him.
All right. You see this cloud of ravens. You see a group of them. You take probably to be about 20 or 30. Kind of break off and immediately dart towards you, almost like you feel like they're about to attack. But they just begin to start swirling around you, and after they do so, see them all take off in a direction to the east, leading into the forest.
Okay, so this is going to be a thing. How far off is the forest?
Quarter mile.
How long does it take to traverse a quarter mile? Just out of curiosity, I don't know how the speed works.
3-4 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
Walking at a casual walk.
Well, I'm not gonna walk. I'm just gonna go ahead and cast fly on myself.
Because why not?
I mean, they're ravens;
Alright.
they're flying off.
So you make it to the edge of the forest, and
As soon as I make it to the edge of the forest, I'm gonna go ahead and cast glibness,
okay.
which doesn't take anything consumable. I don't think.
No,
it's
don't worry
a
about
straight
it if
up it's a straight up verbal component. So I just like speak good, son, and then it's cast.
Yeah. So when you make it to the edge of the forest, you cast glibness, and when you break through this tree line, you see what looks like just a plain white mask that's just laying there on the ground, on a stump that looks like it was freshly cut.
You know, one of these days we're actually going to have a conversation. But alright. Let me go take a look at the mask.
You pick it up.
Yeah?
Immediately when you pick up the mask, the environment around you begins shifting and changing. What was the occasional wisp-like floating bit of light and trees with a bluish, purplish tinge to their leaves, very characteristic of the area of the Moon Elves, it instead changes to black, and then to kind of a purplish swirling void. And you see in front of you what looks like a human, like the back of a human female head, long dark hair. Turn around wearing the same porcelain mask, albeit much bigger than the one that you're carrying in your hands. Turn around and just says to you, "Oh, Shiziki, Shiziki, Shiziki. Never before has someone so utterly exceeded my expectations, while simultaneously being a unbelievable disappointment. You seek to rule over a pile of ashes with your current course. What do you have to say for yourself?"
Hi. It's nice to finally get to catch up. But I'm afraid you're going to have to be a little bit more specific if you could.
You set your sights on this great conquest of spreading your kind throughout the land and positions of control, of making this great haven for changelings. Yet don't have the foresight to realize that if you do not prioritize something greater, there will be no land to hold.
What greater? I've had all these years with no guidance, no knowledge. I only know what's been in front of me this entire time. If you have a path for me, I need to know where it lies.
Zeus seeks to bring an end to all things. The old mad god.
I'm familiar to a degree with Zeus, and I've already been helping in that conquest just by happenstance, and I'll take out antithesis. You should know that very well by now.
Before you set your sights on placing your people in these positions on this great conquest, you should know that there is something much greater that deems your attention. Why do you believe it is that after all these years, with the very, very few times you have called out to me, I still continue to grant you my power?
I don't know. I've never known.
Because I see your potential. That is why.
Potential to do what? You abandoned my family. You abandoned me. But you keep tabs on me for some reason this entire time, and I don't know what for.
Because that was necessary to put you on your current course. If not for what you just call abandonment, would you have ever joined the Dark Suns? Would you have ever been in Primralty on that day? Would you have ever met the princess? Would you have ever gained antithesis in the first place? You must look at the bigger picture.
I mean, no disrespect. But there's no way you can tell me you know what path I would have ended up on if you hadn't have been for my father when he called out for you. There's any number of things that this could have ended up to. There's no telling where the chips would have fallen. But
and yet the chips have fallen where they have, with you being in possession in one of the most powerful artifacts in all of existence. You believe that is a mere accident? You believe such events could have transpired in the way they had, by an accident?
I believe there's more than one way to attain a goal. Letting someone die did not have to happen. My father was a powerful man too. And he served you, and you abandoned him.
And I mean no disrespect for you. But the path that you are on and the man you have become today was much more important. And this path that you have been on is what has been necessary.
What bigger picture do you have for me to work on? You say that I have some greater thing to achieve. I've spread myself. I've gained wealth. I've gained power and influence. I now can control multiple armies. I work behind the scenes to be able to make that happen. I don't know what other forces you would want me to try and attain. If I'm doing something wrong, how am I doing it wrong?
You should have one priority and one priority only. These people, I sense your doubts. I sense your hesitance, and I sense your will. There's a connection between us, Shiziki. You know this. I know your goals. I know your thoughts. You would leave them when they stop being useful to you. But a united front of the fate touched is what is required. I'm speaking to you now for this purpose. You must see this through. If you abandon your course, you sentence all of eternity, all of existence, time and matter itself to eternal damnation. And that includes you, if I must appeal to your sense of self-preservation. There is nowhere you can hide if an end of everything is to be obtained. There is nowhere you will be safe. Do you not understand this?
It's not that I don't understand, but I need to understand further. You talk about a bigger picture that I've been working towards without knowing anything. Then as far as I know, how am I supposed to know if I'm doing the right thing? No signs were given, nothing. I've used the best of my abilities of everything that you've given me as tools to be able to use, but I don't know what exactly it was that you intended for me to do with them. I'm flying blind here. Every step of the goddamn way I've been flying blind, and this I made on my own.
Or so you believe. Make your way to Galeberg. Slay Zeus' new champion. End the Lich's reign, and more will be revealed. That is all I have to say to you now.
And what happens then, after it's all said and done? Do we meet again? Do we talk? Do I get to understand anything further? Or do I just go back to years of silence?
We will discuss matters further once your next task is completed. Use my power well, Shiziki. It costs me greatly to continue giving it to you.
You know, I can make you stronger if you just talk to me.
We will be in contact. As she fades away and you find yourself holding this mask in your hand, standing in the forest, hearing nothing but the sounds of crickets chirping.
Throw the mask in my bag, I start walking back.
Alright. So what's everybody else doing?
Still eating breakfast. I'm a slow deer.
Okay. Yeah, owlbear meat. It has a kind of a gamey flavor to it, but it's not bad.
Need some salt. Aside from that, we're good.
Hey, do I need to put anything in there or just white mask?
Porcelain mask.
Okay. I will say this, I'll take a look at it on the way back in just a quick moment. Is there anything to it, any redesign, anything at all?
You do notice. Make a I know this is kind of out of your wheelhouse, but make a religion check.
Oh, that's very out of my wheelhouse. No, yeah, no.
It seems to just be a mask.
If only you knew
there's a
our lore
possibility.
master.
You take it as a possibility that it may have some divine nature, but you can't determine for certain.
No, I just threw it in my bag then. Roughly.
Alright. You do notice when you throw it in your bag that it is a lot more durable than you would expect a mask made out of porcelain to be.
Fucking figures.
Aaron and Solomon are going to go find a tall building and go climb on top of it and get on the roof.
Fucking jump off it
We are gonna jump off of it. Well, at least I'm
Without-
gonna jump off of it.
without your wing.
All right, you're gonna find a tall. So you do notice there's a guard tower. However, they're a little reluctant to let you in.
Hey, guys, can I borrow your guard tower for like 5 minutes?
Why do you need to enter our barracks?
I want to jump off of it.
You know, suicide is typically frowned upon. I know these are dark times, but
He puts his hands. He puts his hands behind him and stretches his arms out. I want to test these babies out.
I thought you were saying you were just stretching your arms out, because I was going to be like, yeah, flapping your arms doesn't make you fly.
I don't know.
No, he puts his hands behind him, grabbing the two loops for the wings, and then stretches his arms out.
Those are nifty toys. Just don't take anything. We know everything that's in there. You take something, we'll know.
I don't plan on taking anything. I just want to jump off your building.
Is there anybody I should notify after these events?
Tell the tiger.
All right, we'll
I'm pretty
write
sure.
a letter. We'll include a eulogy at your funeral. If you want to jump off a building, I didn't see anything.
His last words,
Okay,
tell
well,
the tiger. Cool.
Here's 4. How many guards are there?
It's like throughout this whole building, there's a couple dozen, but at the door there was just like 2.
He's gonna hand 2 gold to one guy at the door, 2 gold to the other guy. You didn't see anything.
Go get the mop.
I'm gonna go up to the top of the building.
All right. You're jumping.
I'm jumping.
All right, roll a dexterity saving throw to see if you can, how much control you can exert over your wings. By the way, this is about an 80-foot tower,
That's
so
okay. 27.
okay, that's not bad. So you jump off the tower and you're like, oh shit! Like you lose some altitude. Probably end up falling about 30 feet before your wings finally catch you, and you're still a little unfamiliar with them. It still feels a little awkward. But you're able to, though, with a slightly hard landing, not enough to take damage from, however, you fall for about the last 10 feet, and you're good. And looks over and you will be a son of a bitch. He's still alive.
I'm gonna
And
go
you
back.
see him take the 2 gold that you handed to him and hand it to the other guard.
Hey guys, I bet you both 4 gold that I can do it again.
Okay.
I'm gonna do it again.
All right, roll a
Can I-
dexterity. saving
Can
throw.
I see him?
Yeah, you can see him.
Like throughout the window?
29.
These are some good rolls, man. At this point, you only end up falling for about 20 feet, and you actually seem to have become somewhat familiar with it. Still takes some work. There's still a couple of times where you're like, whoa, almost like somebody getting used to like a water jetpack. But you're able to land pretty smoothly.
Walk over to the guards.
Motherfucker. One of them hands you the 4 gold, and the other one fishes 4 gold out of his pouch and hands it to you.
Much obliged.
Well, I guess I'm eating greens tonight.
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, Aaron kind of holds the gold in his hand and goes, here you go. Hands each one of them 8 gold apiece.
So do you want to jump off again?
Yes.
Wait, can I see him? Can I see
Yeah.
him going up to the top of the tower?
Yes, you can.
Okay, the moment he goes to jump off of the tower, I'm casting Hold Person.
Okay, what kind of save does that call for?
Wisdom saving throw.
Aaron, make a wisdom save. Yeah, that doesn't pass.
Yeah, no. You're about 10 short there, buddy.
So you take 37 points of bludgeoning damage as you fall 80 feet and smack the ground hard.
Oh, fuck, what was that? Oh.
Hey, did Felia see that?
Yeah, I'll just say she did.
I'm just gonna look over at Felia and or Velastros is gonna look over at Felia and just hold a finger up to his mouth and just give like a little smirk, and be like, shh.
Oh. Solomon, what happened? We were doing so good.
I do not know, sir. You seem to ease up there for a moment.
Yeah, I can tell. I'm still a whole person though, aren't I?
No. It depends if he dropped it.
No, yeah.
I'm guessing he just would have held it until you hit the ground.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And so the reason why I'm able to cast it so far away, because I know there's a range of 60 feet. I have to sacrifice a second level spell slot. If a spell's range is at least 30 feet, it becomes 1 mile.
Okay, yeah.
For my
so
alchemy.
he's within a mile.
Yes.
He was only a couple hundred feet away from you. So
Yeah, so that was a waste of. That was not a waste of 2 spell slots.
It was a dick move, is what it was.
Hey Solomon, you want to try that again? Let's go.
Well,
okay,
anyways,
do it.
so I'm gonna. Velastros is gonna turn towards Felia and be like, do you mind if I ask you a question?
Of course, go ahead.
Why do you hang out with these creatures?
You know? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
I
But
see.
they are remarkably entertaining. Like, it's never the same thing twice, I'll give you that.
So, how is it that you came to be magical and adept with the arcane?
Oh, Jesus, that's backstory. I don't think I know. Shit.
The gist of it was that for pretty much for most of your life, due to people getting hurt because you just had no control over your own magical ability due to being a sorcerer, it's pretty much like a superpower for you. It's not really even like the typical form of magic. It's just a power that you have. You sought isolation until until Wilhelm found you, taught you how to control it.
Yes, that's what I said. Precisely like that.
That's I remember having that discussion with you.
I
So
was like, I don't. My memory's out. Like shit. I've got it written down somewhere, but.
yeah, I didn't make that up. Trust me, we had this conversation at some point.
Yeah, I was like, somewhere. It's written down. Just not having.
But yeah, I guess what you told him that like basically he knows what I just explained. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Pretty sure he's the only one that does it at this point.
So you find your powers from within.
I do.
Gavin, did you ever think about if I could teach her spells or no?
I mean, anybody's capable of learning a spell. I mean, like she could always like swap out her spell list on a level up or on a respec.
No, like I could learn spells just by having them in my book, and then at the start of the day
Sorcerer,
I
it
memorize.
doesn't work that way with sorcerers. Like
Yeah,
sorcerers don't have a
wizards
spell
can
book.
have like no
They don't have a
limits.
prepared spell list. They for a sorcerer, they know the spells they know at all times, but so they have more spells prepared at any given point than a wizard does, but they don't have as large of a variety for preparation because the preparation isn't a thing for them.
Okay, because I know we spoke about that earlier, but all right, and
I'll put it this way: if she was going to acquire an extra spell to be able to cast, it would be possible, but it would be just like adding up skill points to like gather a proficiency.
right, and Felia, if you gain your power from your bloodline, and it's inherent. I studied many years, many long centuries to gain my power. How do you feel about the ones who gain their power from their gods? Their power is borrowed. How do you feel about those?
I don't have a feeling about them. I'm quite neutral.
And what do you think of this war? You are not elf, nor human.
No,
Gavin?
but I don't like the wall, but I'm pretty neutral. However, I mean, I don't know. I've never actually really thought about it. I suppose. My character just kind of leans back in the chair, like, well, damn.
I heard.
Existential crisis, and she's gone.
I heard that at one point you yourself took to the traditions of the hermits and isolated yourself.
I did. It was quite nice.
Yes, it is.
I do miss it.
You've been to my home. I've spent hundreds of years there.
It's quite
By myself. One day I will teach you how to create your own house like that. Live on a different planes of existence from everyone. Sorry, I just choked on my ice cream.
Nope, Velasterios is eating ice cream. He's having this whole conversation with, like, a waffle cone in his hand.
Yeah.
That would be nice. I've unfortunately lost the only home that I had here recently.
Well, you see, that's the thing.
My second home currently floats away. So.
I mean, you could just go back there anytime you want.
It would be nice. It would be a nice skill to have, for sure.
I mean, I have seen the air vehicle. You could just go there anytime. What is so special about the air vehicle?
Oh, it's just where my friend is.
I see.
He's made that airship a second home for me. But my first and only home is, first true home is Portland.
This is the first time in 200 years I've had a conversation with somebody other than myself and those voiceless servants that I've had. Well, I guess you could say it's still a conversation with myself when you're talking to people who can't speak and they just do what you tell them to.
It's
When-
nice
when-
to get out and about.
Yes.
In small quantities.
So these band of adventurers say that, oh, we have to move forward, we have to go, and then they all just wander in different directions.
That is as well, isn't it?
And why is it they need to talk to every damn merchant on the side of the road? And then that'll end my conversation.
What the hell?
Yeah, and I'd be heading back, so whenever I get back, I'll get back.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to go up to the top of the building again.
Oh,
Alright,
my
dexterity
God.
save.
That was a little more rough.
So you don't fall a whole 80 feet, but you do kind of lose control, and for about the last 15 feet or so, you kind of plummet and take 1 bludgeoning damage.
Awesome.
It's like the wipeout thing when you see somebody on one of those like water jetpacks where it starts
Yeah.
aiming in the wrong direction and then it kind of cascades into them diving at the ground.
Well, he's gonna try to take off from the ground.
All right, you're able to achieve some kind of lift, but
Maintain
we'll
it.
get more. Maintain it for a little bit. You're still not able to quite use them fully effectively, but you've definitely made some stride. Go ahead and give yourself 20 points of training.
Yay! Out of how many?
Out of 50.
Oh, okay, cool. And I put that in my abilities.
Or notes. I don't really care.
I'll put it in my proficiencies.
There you go.
Flight training.
So, all right. You make your way back, Shiziki, and you walk into the inn after that emotionally mixed experience.
Yeah, just go sit down at the table.
Okay. Anybody gonna say anything to Shiziki or what?
Did you
You
go
do notice
speak
when
to
you look
another
at him,
merchant?
he seems a little distant.
What did you buy this time?
Where were you off to? That's got you so glum.
You know when you wait for something for a long time, and then it happens, and then it's just disappointing?
Mm.
It's that kind of thing.
Hmm.
Where the hell's Aaron?
Aaron kind of stumbles in, sore.
Yeah, I just point backwards behind you, like over there.
I was jumping off a building.
Yes, we saw. I was just thinking that if my spells could reach that far, I would grab you in the midair and just let you fall. And then you fell. It was
that
by
why-
the gods.
Is that why I seized up?
Did he fall from the
No.
tower?
Once, yes.
the
80
towers are-
feet.
The tower's a couple
this is
hundred
Shiziki
feet away.
asking.
Yes, he did. Fell 80
Oh,
feet,
yeah.
Took 37.
I didn't really fall. I think there was more to it.
How far away is this tower?
I needed that.
Like 150, 200 feet.
Yeah, I'll point out the window and be like, I can't cast spells that far. I could teleport over there, but I could not cast a spell.
Archmage. Alright, I'm gonna go step over here now.
As you do, you kind of feel like your knee pop and you buckle a little bit.
Okay, Paragon's gonna walk in. We need to go now.
We will leave when I finish my
No.
tea.
We need to leave now.
Okay, leave.
Well, there you go. Well, all right
Here's
then.
the door.
You do not understand.
Hey, Paragon, I'm going to do and tell you right now, you're the new guy here. The only reason you're following
I
around is
don't
because of
care.
Aaron.
Shut up.
I'm going to deck him in the
Oh.
face, hard.
Alright.
He's gonna
Roll an attack.
This is going to be antithesis in brass knuckle form.
Okay.
Like, where am I and can I not be there? Like, my character's going to slowly back away and continue pondering on herself on why she's still here.
Yeah, so roll an attack and add, I guess that would be adding, your proficiency bonus is 5, so roll a d20 and add 10.
Well, I mean, it's antithesis. I get plus 13 on him. Let me make sure.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not charisma.
Yeah, so add 13. That's right, because it gets that bonus. That would be a 19, which matches the AC. Yeah. So go ahead and it's whatever the normal damage is for antithesis. So 3d4 plus 1, plus your strength modifier. Oh no, this would be plus your charisma modifier. So yeah.
Mhm. I mean, it's just a regular antithesis attack.
But since it's in brass knuckle form, I'll say it does a d4 instead of just plus 1 damage.
How about I just roll like a regular thing, and then you just minus whatever needs to be minused?
Will do. Just roll an attack, and then roll a d4.
Okay. And I'm gonna go and put a smite on this.
Gotta put smite on it. Alright, so that is 23 points of damage.
Ophelia, do you want to cast Disintegration?
Okay.
Hang on, where's my smite thing?
It's 5d8, I believe. I think that's in your actions, maybe? I think we've made one.
Yeah. So I don't have my notes up and ready. But yeah.
I thought I had it there, but
say 5d8.
if I don't, I'll just add it. Just roll 5d8.
And then
And
he's
he's
prone.
undead.
23,
It's not a divine
41
smite.
damage. Yeah, so, well, he doesn't count as undead anyway. He's a divine revenant, so it doesn't actually, his creature type is still human. But yeah, that is 41 points of damage, and you are knocked prone as a big purple explosion to the, actually yours is red. A big red explosion to the face knocks you
Oh,
prone on the
it's
ground.
68. 68 Eldritch Smite.
So roll an additional d8.
There's 1 point.
43.
Okay.
Alright, he's gonna get up. He's gonna pull his hammer and he's gonna swing.
Can we roll initiative?
Yeah, this is gonna be an initiative thing. If you're attacking him, this is initiative.
That's fine. We'll roll fucking initiative because I'm tired of this bullshit.
No, you're the one that
Okay.
came in here screaming.
No, now it's Brandon. I'm pissed. This is bullshit.
Come on, man. It's just kind of. I think it's funny.
Cool. I get to go first. Oh, Velasquez is rolling initiative too. I still get to go
15.
first. Yeah, I still get to go first.
What was Velastrios's 12?
You gotta add me to the combat tracker.
Yeah, I'm doing it. Let me find a generic tavern map or whatever. Unless you just want this to be theater of the mind.
Yeah, that's fine. We can theater to mind it. I'm cool with it.
This is impromptu. That's fine.
All right.
I am
Paragon,
as
you
close
go
to the wall
first.
As I physically can.
This is why I do this.
Cool.
Wait, you know what? I found I found something to use. So, all right. This works kind of. And since you decked him in the face, you are 5 feet away from him. Velastrios, you are off over in the corner, so I'll put you right there.
I don't know about y'all, but half of my map is green, full blue, black, and like
No,
the art.
mine looks regular.
Okay,
Mine's fine.
can you reshare that to me?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's a nice tavern.
Oh yeah, that one's better.
All right. So, so he took 43 points of damage, 43 wounds. What would you like to do, Paragon? I was not expecting to be doing combat this early.
I don't think it's possible with this group.
All right. So what you doing? Oh,
Fucking-
okay.
Yeah, that's a crit.
All right. Yeah. Go ahead and roll damage, and it'll automatically double it.
Fucking take all that bullshit.
So that is 25 points of damage. And are you? I think is it a action or a bonus action to do a
And by
right
the
or
way,
anything?
I was using the blade side.
The blade side. Okay.
Yeah. So I suck life essence.
Yeah. Let me read exactly what that does. So the blade side says. Okay. So yeah, whatever that damage was that you did, so you gain 1 health back.
Okay.
So you're at 42 wounds.
And now I'm gonna hit him with the fucking hammer side.
Okay. You spin it around in your hands and go in for another strike,
Oh,
and that misses. All right. Would you like to do anything as a bonus? Just reminding you, since this is a new character, because you're multi-class, you do have a certain number of times per day that you can do a weapon attack as a bonus.
Okay. Bonus action? Hold on.
You can do this a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier. So for you, that's I believe that's 4 times you can do this a day.
Yeah, no. Bonus action, sanctuary.
Is sanctuary a bonus action?
Yeah, one bonus casting time, one bonus action.
Okay. Yeah, then you can do it.
Okay.
All right. Velastrios, you are up.
So, Velastrius will slowly stand up from his chair, take his hand off his staff, and the staff doesn't fall, it just stays standing up. And he'll lift up one hand, almost kind of like how monks pray. They just
Wait, I have a song, but continue with what you're saying.
So he's gonna lift up one hand vertical, and he's gonna place his fist vertical against his palm, and then he'll say, "Paragon, I banish you." He'll like snap his wrist and his fist in his hand, and he'll cast Banishment on Paragon.
Roll.
That's you that rolls.
No, you roll.
I don't
See,
roll
but
for
you-
Banishment.
Even if it's a
No,
You're
it's a
targeting it.
spell.
Wait, I think you're
It's a
targeting
harmful
it with
spell.
something. Would that? I'm pretty sure that would apply for Sanctuary. I'll look it up.
harmful spell. Banishment is a harmful spell. You are banishing somebody. Harmful
It's
spell.
not a Banishment is not harmful. It is a look. In the description, it literally reads, "You banish the target to a harmless demi." It is a harmless spell.
With
It
an
says it.
attack or harmful spell.
It-
Wisdom save.
It says it. It's not an attack spell, and it says that it is a harmless spell. It deals you no damage.
It says to a harmless demiplane. It doesn't say the spell is harmless though.
The spell is harmless. It does no damage. Harmless means it does no damage.
Make a judgment call, Gavin, and we'll just go from there.
I'm gonna say that you would still have to roll. Harmful
Okay.
spell. It still has
What
a
am I-
negative effect on you.
All right, what am I rolling?
Wisdom
Uh,
saving throw.
Yeah, wisdom save.
Oh, so it's a wisdom saving throw?
Yep.
And let me see.
And the DC for this is 18.
Yep. And I have advantage on wisdom saving throws.
Oh yeah, it still
I think
goes
it's
off.
29 passes. So you
Yeah,
need
that
to.
still goes off.
Awesome.
Yep.
So
you must.
at that point, as soon as he sees him disappear, Aaron's gonna pull his gun.
You need to make a charisma saving throw.
I know. Hold on. I don't have very much charisma, so.
Yeah, it's gonna.
Yeah, that
fail.
fails. And Paragon's gone.
Yep, and Aaron's gonna roll initiative.
Okay, fucking hell, roll initiative.
Good guacamole. My character can
Yeah,
do
that's a
these
pretty good
things,
initiative.
so
Yeah.
just pretty much
Aragon's gonna fucking.
But what do you think about the music for this? I think it fits perfectly.
Aragon's gonna shoot the last reel.
You're gotta come in next round, man.
Yeah.
You rolled halfway through
I
the
know.
match.
So, is
We
that
can try.
your turn, Palastrios?
Into my turn?
Yes.
Mm. And he's gonna try and shoot me?
Well, it hasn't done anything yet. He comes in first
So-
in the second round.
Yeah, he'll turn towards Aaron since he's pulling
You
out
would have
his
seen him
guns.
hold his guns, but
Yeah, like, why do you defend that creature? He comes in here all blasphemy-like, screaming and yelling and demanding authority. What authority does he have of us?
What authority do you have?
None over you. But I've never demanded anything.
So,
all right, that's all the conversation you can get done in one turn. Shiziki, you're up.
Gee, Christ. I'm not in the mood for this today, guys. I'm really
I don't-
not in the mood for this.
Nor am I. I wish we could just go ahead and leave.
I'm backed out of the tavern at this point.
Are we done here? Who's gonna go on? Are we going to the lich? I'm going to the lich if anybody wants to come and not be an asshat about it.
I will come with.
Okay. Is that your turn?
Just for the sake, because shit's going down, I'll animate my shield. But yeah, that's my turn.
All right. Aaron, you're up. Still gonna fucking shoot him?
they're shooting Palastrios.
Roll an attack. Oh, by the way, I meant to remind you about your gun. Don't forget your cosmic boons. You never used a single one in the dragon fight.
Yeah, I noticed. Okay. Yep. Let me roll to hit first. Hold on. Let me get the combat tracker. Hold on. Combat tracker. Come on here.
What's with you in the nat 20s, man?
I don't know.
This is flexing.
9 points of charge And
You can
I'm
do
going-
whatever you want.
Huh?
You can do whatever you want. Are you wanting to use? What do you want to do? Anything you
I'm-
do with this attack will be double damage die.
I'm putting 9 points of charge of my arm into it. And then I'm going to put in what is it? And I put a maximum of 4 charges into the gun for a 5d8.
Okay.
So
So I forgot whether the charge on your arm was I think it was d6s. So it's to be 13 d6.
yeah,
So-
13.
I don't know how his character works, but is he hitting him with the arm or hitting him with the gun, or is that all rolled into one?
He found out that he can charge up his gun with the electrical energy.
So that's 10.
However, I will say for future reference, Brandon,
Yeah.
if you are going to use charges from your arm into the gun, this is different for a melee attack. But if you're doing it with the gun, you have to tell me before you make the attack, because
Okay.
you end up wasting it on a if you miss the shot with your gun.
Gotcha.
So,
There's the 5d8,
and that would be double 2.
and here's the regular damage.
All right, so that would be. I have to calculate all this.
And then times it by 2.
13d6, 84, 90, 114. Holy shit.
Yeah? How much damage is it?
20, 138, 145. Unless you want to... can think of anything you can do, Velastrios.
Is that
So,
is that
alright.
is that 145 doubled?
Hold on. Let me ask this real quick. How did you roll 13 d6s? And what kind of
The,
damage are those d6?
Those are lightning.
Okay.
And,
7 of it.
why did you roll the 3d6? Oh, wait,
that
there
was
was 10. Okay. Yeah, 13. All those, so that 46 of that damage is lightning. Then the rest is force. Well, actually, 46. 92 of it's lightning. And then, 44 of it is force.
Okay. And this is all through his gun, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can still cast shield, right?
You can still cast shield.
Okay,
I got
then
it.
yeah, I'll cast shield.
Well, actually, a nat
Or,
20
no.
is an auto hit.
Oh. Alright.
Oh, shit. Alright, Velastrios, you are now unconscious. Oh, fucking hell. Alright. So,
Oh no! I still have another freaking attack and all my movement.
you have one attack. What, are you literally gonna try to make him die?
Nope. I'm gonna get in clear shot of freaking of Shiziki.
Alright, something tells me that Aaron might be making a new character next week. Alright, let's, sure, go for it. Make your movement and try to shoot Shiziki.
He's not gonna shoot. He's not shooting Suzuki. He's gonna go past him.
Well, he's currently at the doorway, so are you gonna let him go by, Shiziki?
No, his bullet is gonna go past him. 200.
Oh, you're gonna-
feet.
You're gonna warp shot.
Yep.
Alright, so you teleport 200 feet. Okay, at this point, is there anything else that anybody else would like to do? Alright, is that the end of your turn?
That's my turn.
And Paragon's back because concentration faded.
Paragon, seeing that fallen one is on the ground, not trying to be harm of anybody, is going to cast. Hold on.
Cure wounds
Yeah, he's gonna cast Cure Wounds.
at first, second, or third level.
Third level.
All right, roll 3d8.
So, hey, I wouldn't be unconscious, by the way, and Paragon would be there.
Why wouldn't you be unconscious?
Because I'm resistant to force damage. So that,
Are
how
you
much damage?
really?
Yeah. And how much
Okay,
force
let-
damage was that?
A lot of it was force.
Yeah.
46, 92, and then so there would have been 24, 48, 12, 24, 66 of it would have been force damage, so you would have taken 33 less damage. So you'd be at 103, I think. I don't know, it's a lot of math. Just roll double damage die next time.
Okay.
46,
Paragon's
92.
Paragon's still gonna do what he did,
48.
and that's a lot of damage, so you'd have to roll a concentration check.
Yeah, he would. With a DC of 50 something. I'm currently just trying to calculate all this damage. So,
See, concentration.
46,
So
70, 89, 17.
what's the number I gotta beat for concentration?
Like 50.
Oh, I'm not getting that. That's impossible.
46, 70.
So, Paragon is going to.
Yeah, I calculated that right. You'd be at 103.
Paragon's
But
going.
Paragon, I mean,
Paragon's
are you gonna? He hasn't made his concentration check yet. You want to roll a concentration
Dude,
check? You could
that's
always get an
impossible.
N20.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and throw it out there. Yeah, that's impossible to beat that.
I
If
mean,
you
you
get
could
a nat
always also
20.
use your
Yeah.
blessing. But you don't have to.
I already rolled it.
Okay. Well, I mean, you can do it after you roll, but...
see the wounds and give him 9 points of healing.
Okay. So you're at 94 wounds, and, you would be over here by him. You would have to be Cure Wounds' touch.
I don't have the map.
Should have it now.
How come it's not loading for me, though?
Don't know why it wouldn't be. But anyway, is that the end of your turn?
Where's Aaron?
Aaron's over there. You ran as far
No.
as you could.
No,
Oh,
no.
Aaron, he's way the fuck off. He's
This is
not there.
No, this is Paragon asking Velastrios.
Oh, okay, okay.
Where's Aaron?
He probably ran away. The hordes of undead must be too much for his feeble mind. Go chase after him.
All right, Velastrios, you're up.
You're going to need him.
No, it's still Paragon's turn. Still has other actions.
Is there anything else you want to do?
Paragon's just kind of gonna shake his head, throw his hammer across his shoulder, and walk out the door. Walking through Shiziki.
You gonna walk through
can make it-
Shiziki?
That far. So, all right.
Okay.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yep.
All right, Velastrios, you're up.
I mean, are we really in combat anymore?
I don't know. Do you want to be? You can end it right now if you want to. Unless Shiziki wants to do
I
something.
thought Aaron left.
Yeah, Aaron's not there.
Oh, okay.
I just haven't moved his thing. But yeah, he's not there. I'll go ahead and delete the token.
Yeah, no.
Shiziki, is there anything you want to do?
No.
All right, combat over.
Okay, now that combat's over. Paragon's gonna walk through Shiziki.
like literally through him? Can't he just ask politely?
You can go around.
Paragon's just
Go
going.
around.
Aaron's just gonna continue. Paragon's literally just gonna continue walking.
I'm not gonna
And
say
not let
anything.
him-
If that's
No,
all it
we
took, I
just-
should have hit you earlier.
He's just
Love
gonna
you
continue to walk.
bunches. Bye. And I'll walk back in.
So, it's just
All right.
the
Well,
three
there
of
was
us.
that little distraction.
So that happened.
So, are we going to continue on with our journey? Or are we going to wait for the two idiots to come back?
Brandon, where did he go?
I don't know, but he disconnected.
I don't know.
Fantasy grounds too. Oh. Okay.
Fantasy grounds as well.
Okay.
I don't know if that was intentional, but he was walking outside from what I can tell. He was on he was using his phone.
Okay.
I don't know.
You guys can just. He's not there anyway. So.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Yeah.
Let's-
Just do your thing.
There he is. He's back.
Found him.
And he's gone.
I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Maybe, maybe not.
What the?
okay.
No, he's done.
Alright. Right, anyways. Well, since all that's over, may we continue?
Yeah.
Dude, he's done with the campaign, is what he's saying.
Don't know.
Oh.
Okay. Well. I don't know what the hell just happened. All right. Just continue on with what you were doing.
Yep, 10-4. I'm just gonna go ahead and minimize what's he's venting about.
So,
Anywho. Oh, I'm still outside this place. I left because of drama and conflict. Not a huge fan of that in small spaces. I'm just hanging around outside.
hey, Velasquez.
Yes.
You alright?
Well, what do you mean?
Yeah, you look like you're alright.
I do not understand.
I can still hear what was going on, but that's fine. Let me ask you, are you really in with us to go deal with this lich?
Yes. Why wouldn't I be?
I don't know. I don't know why you're in it to begin with, but at this point, I just need to surround myself with some better allies.
Understand.
Gavin, do you want to take 5 to try and talk to him?
Yeah. Take 5.
10-4.
Alright, look.
Let me call Brandon.
Alright, so while he's talking on the phone, we can still have our conversation.
Yeah, you know, that works.
Okay. So, what were you saying?
Just, you know, I'm just going to sit down in the table, and I'm just going to go and pull my cup of coffee next to me and just sit down, just kind of tired. Just
You know-
tired.
Let me just say to you, that coffee, it's foul smelling. Here, have some of my herbal tea. And I'll let you have some of my herbal tea if you want some.
Yeah, I'm not really much of a tea drinker, but I'll give it a go.
So, as I was explaining it to Gavin, it's like super minty. So, it's like, you ever tried those like dentine ice where like you take a bite of it and then when you inhale it like freezes the back of your throat?
Mm.
So, it's like that with like some lemongrass. so it has kind of like this little like zing to it, and that's how I imagine this tea tastes that I drink all.
You know, that's actually pretty damn good.
Yes, you see, it's for those that speak the words of arcane. Sometimes it's difficult to pronounce certain things because that scratch in the back of your throat. This tea, it helps. This war is bigger than you and I. I am in it for the world. Why are you? Now,
You know, I really didn't even care about this war. I've been in a lot of fights. I've been in a lot of battles. It's all the same to me. It really is. But I actually had a friend that wanted me to come help him with this. Somebody that was with us for a little while before you came along. He's off on another errand. I don't know when he'll be back, but you know, one of the things I enjoy about being a mercenary is I get to go where I want to go a lot of times, or at least I get to travel. That's why I never became a soldier. It's never why I enlisted. I didn't want any of that.
and what of you, Philia? I know I asked you moments ago about the war, but have you given it any thought?
Still go outside.
So,
I speak louder.
Well,
I speak louder.
either of you guys just be willing to say, like, it's nothing against Brandon. I
No,
mean, it made
look,
sense.
hey,
that
Gavin, hold up, dude. Forget that. We're gonna keep doing this.
Okay.
Forget that right now. So, yeah, I just yell louder. So, like, once I notice that you're not there, I just turn, like, look around, like, oh, Philia! Where did she go?
Stick my head around the corner of the tavern door.
Look,
Someone called my name. Is it over?
look, me and Shiziki were talking about the war. Now, I know I already asked you once about how you felt about it.
Yeah.
But it's... He kind of chuckles. He's like, neutral. It's a war between mankind and undead, and you want to proclaim neutral.
I'm Sweden. What you want?
Feely, why don't you come in and have a seat with us for a moment? To be honest, I don't think I've ever really found out why you do what you do with us bunch of idiots, so... I just assumed that you had some thing against, I don't know, a chip on your shoulder? Wanted to just get back at the world or something? I don't know.
No thoughts of vengeance.
So you just kind of like hanging out and just seeing what the chaos that we get into and how it ensues.
Aaron's going to warp shot back in.
Okay.
Okay. Why don't you just walk in the door?
It's faster.
Oh. Alright.
I was also 200 feet away.
Oh. What? What is that? I think I read online the other day that it's like the average distance of a steps of a normal male is like 2.3 feet. So that'll take you roughly around like 90 steps to get back. That wouldn't take long. It'd take like less than a minute.
Warp shot's instantaneous. You guys hear like the sound of a gun burst, and then like almost the sound of like a ricochet, like pew, and as soon as it collides with the ground, you see this big purple portal open up, and rising out of it, you see Aaron standing in front of you.
Well, welcome back.
Aaron, please take a seat. We were just talking about the wall.
Well, let me say this first. I apologize for losing my cool.
Okay.
What's wrong with me? It's just my kind of thing. You're going to. You pulled out something to hit somebody that, yes, he's angry, but there's a reason why. You didn't actually sit down and talk with him and understand why he is so angry, why he has what he has, what's his problem, and you just hit him. That's kind of a little fucked up.
I mean, I did not. I sent him to a harmless
I
demi
never
plane
said-
existence to chill off for 60 seconds, and
I hit
you
him.
shot me.
Just be
Now-
douchey.
I shot
Look.
you.
Look,
I shot you because you decided to step involved. Listen. If you would actually sit down, shut your trap holes for a minute, and listen to his story and actually understand.
look, Aaron, we understand. But there is a war. We do not have time to sit around the table and talk about our tragedies of our past lives. He's been dead for hundreds of years.
Yes,
Now,
but he has
the
been
city
brought
to the
back-
north of Galeberg is surrounded by undead. If we just walk in there, we will never make it to the gates. We must have a plan, and I'm sure the paladins and the clerics of order has banned all type of travel to there by my arcane mean. So,
Listen,
if you want to
listen.
sit down and talk about a plan, we could do that, but I'm not going to sit here and listen to some man cry about his past.
See, but you don't understand. His past has to do with our present.
And he can confer knowledge that he has to the council that is currently sitting in Galeberg. We can do nothing with it here. There is a council of about 4 armies at Galeberg. I'm sure they would love to hear his story. Here is not the place, this tavern.
You are useless to speak to.
I'll lean back in my chair. I'm the wisest at the table. I'm not what you speak.
You are useless. You think only because you know, and you think you know everything there is to know. So you do not understand the fact of listening to somebody else's
And
tales or
what
stories.
was there to
if you wanna
listen
call it.
to?
The tavern, the lady behind the tavern at this point, she says, "What was her name again? I don't have it in my notes."
Jilleneth.
Jilleneth. That's right.
Jilleneth.
Jilleneth. Yeah.
Jillelith.
If I realize this has nothing to do with me, but you're fighting in my bar, so I feel the need to give my 2 cents. It seems as if all the mage is saying is that if there's a greater audience, he may not have to tell the story quite as many times.
Precisely. And I, for one, would like to hear it one less time than I need to, and we already heard it once last night, and there's nothing we can do about it now.
You did not hear it. You sat there and put him in agony because you didn't want to hear it.
All I'm saying is that if you pull a weapon in my bar again, you're out.
Aaron pulls his gun.
He pulls his gun.
Yeah, he pulls his gun and goes,
Speak outside. I said not to pull a weapon. Speak outside.
he puts it back and goes, he puts it back, kicks his feet up on the table and goes, I think I'll sit right here.
Oh, you are so lucky the guards are all occupied. Fine, just don't pull your weapon again.
How
Or I will
large
call
is
for
the
them.
chip on your shoulder, Aaron? The girl's just trying to keep her bar safe, which, to be honest, I don't applaud you. Seeing everything that just happened here, and you still have the gall to stand up to us? Good on you.
Here's the thing. You were the one that pulled your weapon first.
Okay.
You never pulled a weapon. Oh, wait, yeah, you pulled the brass knuckles.
Yep.
Like fist and technically depending.
I
You
don't deny
pulled
it.
your weapon first. You initiated it.
Alright.
That was wrong of you because you didn't want to listen. See, that's your problem, Ezekiel.
Mm-hmm.
You want to talk, but you never want to sit down and listen. You think that because you are whatever the fuck you are,
Mm-hmm.
and you think because you have all this whatever power bullshit, that you are above everybody and everything in this world, and you are not.
We're going to continue to sit here at this table and speak of our woes and our dislikes for each other, or we're going to
She
make a
chimes
plan
in.
to
I would
get there.
prefer you do so on your way to wherever the hell it is that you're going.
We're going.
Yes,
Give
one-
us a minute. Hush. Private conversation.
Then if you would like it to be private, I'd suggest lowering your voice. I can't help but overhear.
Thank you, madam. Could I please have some more refreshing hot water? please.
Of course, of course. She brings a pot of hot water over on the table. Some of it
And-
splashes onto the table as she plops it down.
And how are you feeling? Did you have a good rest last night?
I did. Can I have another one, please?
Yes. Please sit in a chair.
When you are leaving, I will take it. I don't want shots fired in my bar again. Just please. Don't. There was a werewolf here last night. Now people are
Yep.
fighting in my bar, and just
The
There's
werewolf
already a
still
war.
here. Thank you very much.
All right. So, serious note, guys. How are we gonna get to Galeberg if we can't teleport in there?
We have a ship.
Where's the? Oh yeah, we got a ship at the dock.
It's not really at the dock,
Yeah.
but we have a ship.
Yeah. All right.
Be the thing. You never
So
said
I would-
anything.
I would
Are you
suggest
guys
we
whispering
gather.
at this point?
No,
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not whispering.
She says, if I might suggest on your way over there, stay a good distance from the ground. Ports have made it back of large monstrosities that are capable of firing some sort of beam. I see it would
ma-
very likely that this beam could shoot a ship out of the sky. So keep your distance from the ground.
Ma'am, you said your husband was there.
Yes.
What is his name?
Flipping pages, flipping pages, flipping pages. Hydralion.
Hydralion.
Flipping pages again.
Full name. Surname. Surname.
Wildborn.
Hydralion Wildborn. Thank you. I will see to it within my power that he returns to you as soon as we arrive. Thank you for your hospitality.
Yeah,
No.
you're quite welcome. If you could do me that favor, I would appreciate it.
And Valastrios will stand up and go back and pick up his staff that's still standing in the corner on its own.
And
Now
if
I say
y'all-
we take our leave.
And if y'all would like, I'm still getting used to these things, but I'm pretty confident in my skills that I can probably scout ahead and see what it's about from the air.
So I had a thought. I know there's already ground forces intact over there. I should have a lot of friends wherever the borderline is of trying to get into Galeberg, where they're trying to hold the ground at. It might be a good starting point if we just go to where the resistance for the Lich's forces are and start from there. Might go ahead and get a bit of lay of the land and get some information from them.
I know
What I
where-
hear of my husband.
I
if you're not
know-
whispering.
I know where the Lich is. I know exactly where he is.
Alright, do you know,
I know
a
the
path to
location
get to
that he's
him?
at. Yes, I know exactly where to go to get straight to him. Trust me. I know where my target is.
Alright. What are we waiting for? Let's go.
Lead on.
There we go.
Hey, I sent you a direct message, by the way, so that way you can say that you know his exact location, because you would know it.
Okay. Hold on. He is about 10 miles northeast of Galeberg. In a place... Okay, I can't pronounce this, Gavin.
Zeocean. Or Zeocian would be the way you would say it.
He's in the ocean. It's about 10 miles northeast of Galeberg.
I will meet y'all at the ship in 10 minutes. And Valastrios disappears.
So, if we're
Alright,
going
you see him,
straight...
poof.
If we're going straight for him, then that's where we need to go. And all those little forces that you may have would probably be better off if they weren't there.
Yeah, they're not my forces, just people I know.
Well, the people that you know, if you want to keep them alive, they should probably not go where we're going.
Well,
By the way, just a little bit of a refresher. Everybody would have been told this at the tournament, and you, also, Paragon, would have been told this by a certain someone, that without a relic to enter the necropolis, it will immediately drain your life essence to the point of death.
Yep. So I was actually about to go into that here in just a second. So, just so everyone is aware, one of the reasons I kind of want to check in with the ground forces is because we need to go somewhere else. We talked to, let's just say, an old young friend of ours named Thelvorn. Apparently there's another location where a banshee of some kind is guarding some type of relic that would keep the party safe. Because otherwise, if once you get out there...
Yes, I know. And... Okay, hold on. Gavin, check your DM once I send it.
Alright. But anyway, continue with what you were saying, Sean.
Just letting everyone know that. Now, before we head out, I need to check on something as well.
And I need to tell y'all something first. He sets the hammer down on the table and lets it go as it stands, perfectly straight, heart beating, blood pouring through the veins all the way around it. This... She has a name. Her name is Bloodhammer. She is a relic, just like you two have. He looks over at Aaron and Shiziki.
Let me ask you this. Do you know anything about your relic?
I know everything about my relic.
Do you know what happens when you mix it with the other relics?
Yes.
Well, then would you care to enlighten us?
That is information.
If you need a direct message, you can always ask me for it.
Yeah, I need a direct message.
Alright.
Like I
You're
said,
specifically inquiring, like, I'll send, just be, don't worry about it, just keep going.
I know what they do, but that is not my task here to tell y'all everything of what they do. I am only limited of giving y'all certain information about these relics. I can tell you that mine is a relic. That is why you, Shiziki, could not hold it without taking damage. Only a blood hunter can hold this weapon without it being affected. Any of you touch it, you will take damage immediately.
So why is it that you can only give us limited info? It seems like that would be
I just sent
pretty...
you the relic. I just sent you the info.
pretty prevalent to be able to give us that bit of detail, especially since we had to go and find another relic before we can go on with the Lich.
This is what I can tell you. The relics are required to vanquish a god. An over-god, normally. Only a god can slay a god, as you know. But legend says, and by legend, when the fate touch face, the old mad god in combat, wielding the relics, the old mad god can be felled. That is what my God is allowing me to tell you.
Well, I guess we better get on to it then.
But here's the thing. When we go get this other relic that you speak of, we have to be quick. Because the Lich grows in power. And if he gets his hands on any of these relics, we are dead. That is for sure.
Well then, let's go ahead and gather up all the relics we have and take them straight to him. That seems to be the plan anyhow, so onward.
I guess so. Now, I do want to apologize for being abrupt and very anguishing anger. It's just, I can't control it. I have to get there. I have to do this.
Easier to catch flies with honey. That's what I was there. Sorry I punched you, but if you come in acting like a loose cannon again, I don't respond well to that, especially when we're going into enemy territory.
When it happens in enemy territory, I will be focused on one thing and one thing only.
Let me guess, ponies.
Yes, fucking ponies. No.
I knew it. I can always tell.
I will be focused mainly on the Lich.
I'm going to turn back to the bartender chick, Genarius, whatever her face is. Genelith. Excuse me, Genelith. I want to apologize for everything that kind of transpired here.
Shit, I forgot about my water.
Here. Take this as a nice little tip. And if at all possible, I'd like to get a little bit of information from you, if I could. And I tell you what, if you give me some word about this, I'll see if I can find out anything about your husband.
Thank you.
Now, tell me, have you ever heard of a band called Aravan Moonwhisper?
Aravan Moonwhisper?
Mm-hmm. I've heard he's the ambassador around these parts.
I'm familiar with Aravan. I don't know much about him. But...
Do you know where he stays or what he does?
Let me look at my notes about Aravan.
That was a name you had to draw up real quick. You want me to tell you how I know who he is?
How's that?
He's one of the Triumvirate. The 3 leaders of the Collectorate.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah, there's that guy. He's like a boss man. Oh yeah.
No, it was scribbled somewhere in my notes.
Nah,
I found it. So, it's a lot to keep track of. Sometimes I have to look
I know.
at things.
I was just scrolling for my notes because I hadn't looked at them. I was going through and I just happened to see the Triumvirate. Here's 3 guys I have. The only one I have any info is Aravan Moonwhisper from Thalasia, serves as an ambassador and is a moon elf. Like, oh shit, I guess I should probably check into that while we're here.
Aravan, he has not been seen around here for some time. I can tell you where he lives.
I would love to know where he lives.
The northwestern residential district of the city. You'll find his house adorned with... You'll know it when you see it. It's black and red. Whereas the general... And you notice the general house has more of like silvery, kind of gold touches to it. Everything very majestic and elegant in this city. You'll look for the black and red house. And then to the northwestern portion of the city. You can't miss it.
Thank you very much. Oh, and if we could just say that that little conversation hasn't happened, I'll make sure I get some info about your husband.
Thank you very much.
Oh, as soon as I meet that dude, I'm teleporting him home.
All right. If you guys
What
can
I
give me...
hear, the casualty level is climbing, and I fear for my husband's safety.
I'm gonna need to check in on this right quick here, fellas. But if you want, we can meet back at the ship, say 20 minutes. So 20 minutes, everybody gets all whatever it is they want to pack up and get ready, and we head on out.
Yeah, 20 minutes will be good enough for me to continue practicing with my wings to kind of be able to go out and scout a little bit.
How long is it going to take me to walk back, Gavin, from where I am?
5 minutes.
Okay. And is there any...
Oh, from where you are right now?
Yeah.
A bit longer. More like 30 to 40 minutes.
I'll tell you what. I don't exactly know how big this town is. Why don't we make it a solid hour? 1 hour.
Solid,
Well, he's not in the city right now.
Yeah.
solid hour sounds very, very nice.
1 hour. Pack up your stuff. Get whatever it is you need from the town. Let's get out of here.
Gavin. Once I load
what's
fantasy grounds back up, how many rolls can I do in an hour?
6?
6.
1.
So it would take me.
Seeing as how you're not familiar with it, and to actually get set up and acquaint yourself with it, and get to a place where you could actually do so somewhat safely, then yeah, I'd say you could probably do about 6.
Okay, I'm gonna do about 6. Hold on. As soon as Fantasy Grounds decides it wants to be nice and open for me.
So, there's guards that's posted there, right?
They're kind of sporadically posted throughout. I mean, yeah, at where you're at right now, yes, there are guards that are there.
Alright, I'm gonna just beeline it over to that guy's house, so I'll let people do whatever it is they need to do, but just let me know whenever that we're gonna do that. Good talk, good talk.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I'm good. Once I finish doing what I'm doing, Gavin, I'm just walking my way back to the ship. I don't want to use any more spell slots than I have to.
Okay.
And I'll ask one of the guards to accompany an old mage. If he can.
He sees you and he's like, "How did you get in?"
Your questions are ridiculous. Didn't the king inform you that the archmage was coming to town? Now help me back to the city, please. I'm just an old man. Or you can
Yes.
just stand there gawking.
Sir, of course, I'll, He claps his hand and somebody else walks you to the city.
That's fine. Is this other person like a lower rank of him?
Yeah,
I'll just
he looks pretty green.
I'll talk shit about his superior to him. Be like, can you believe that bumbling idiot? He was informed that the archmage was coming and he had the audacity to ask me how I got past him. I simply just teleported.
He expects me to do his dirty work. He always does.
Back in my day, if you wanted to succeed, you would just kill the one above you. It's not like that now. Everything's so political correct.
Jesus Christ.
Don't believe me. I've had the thought, but I mean that in jest.
Alright, there's your rolls.
I'm done.
Oh, that was a lot. Okay, yeah. Was that only 6?
That was 7, but yeah.
Okay, I'll discount the last one.
Okay.
So
Those are really
1,
shit rolls.
2, 3, 4 of them were successful. The DC you were looking at was 15, so 15 or higher, it gains you a point. So we'll put you at, actually we'll say 2 points. So we'll put you at like 28.
28 points. Okay.
So all right.
Gotcha.
I assume you all take care of your business and meet back at the ship.
Oh, well, I got my thing going on.
Yeah, what you doing?
First question.
Oh,
random
that's right.
thing.
You're heading over to his house.
Yeah. After having my little chit chat this morning, did I gain a point of inspiration?
Yeah, I'll say you did, since you had a conversation with the divine.
Yeah, alright. So yeah, I will go to this guy's house, and along the way, I will change my appearance and my armor to just be a regular guard, like one of the high elf guards that I've seen around.
Okay. As you pass by other guards, they just kind of give you a salute and keep walking.
Carry on.
Or some just give you a nod.
Good. Yeah, another day, another copper. Well,
And one turns to you and is like, by the way, there's a training session tonight, in case Galeberg were to fall.
oh, Galeberg never fall. You know that. Have pride in our forces. Hop, 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 hop. Carry on. Hop, hop, hop.
Yeah, just be there tonight.
He-
And he keeps walking off.
He's marching in cadence by himself,
Pretty much, yep.
calling the cadence and responding.
I don't know what I've been told. All right.
I'm thinking more like Major Payne.
So I will make my way over to this guy's house.
All right. You get there, and obviously the door is locked.
Well, I want to. Is there like how big is the house? Is it like multiple stories? Is it one level?
It's multiple stories. It looks like it's probably a 2-story house, very nicely adorned, from what you can tell.
Okay.
Sorry, you said Major Payne. That's like my favorite movie ever. Major Payne's a major ass.
I haven't seen that movie in so long. I will add that to the list. Yeah, I will. When I get kind of close, I'll just actually turn invisible, since
Okay.
I can do that now whenever I want. Haha. And I'll go take a look through some of the windows around on the sides, just to see if I can see if there's anybody inside or anything like that.
Yeah, make a perception check.
Perception.
Yeah, you don't see anybody in there. All of the torches are out. You don't see any form of light inside, so it's a little dark. Actually, that reminds me, you would need to make this... No, it would be dim light, and you would see at least past the window. So it would be bright light to you. So yeah, never mind. It's just a regular roll.
All right. Let's see if I can lift up any of the windows just a little bit.
Doesn't budge. Place is locked up.
Alright, I'll check like all the ground level doors, any of the windows, anything loose or anything like that.
All the doors are locked up. All the doors and windows.
Okay. Yep. So I will find like a hidden spot, I guess, behind the house where I'm not easily visible, and I'll cast Arcane Eye, and I'll have it like kind of go around up at the top level through all the windows and see if there's anybody inside at all.
Okay, I'm not going to tell you why, but make a perception check with disadvantage.
Double 13.
Okay, so you do actually notice when you go in. The reason I made you roll a disadvantage is you never said you were checking for traps. If you had said you were checking for traps, it would have been a regular roll, even if you failed to find the traps.
It's
You
an
notice
arcane
there's
eye.
Some arcane. I know, and that's just my own little homebrew thing. If you haven't expressed to me that you're aware of the possibility of traps, I'm gonna give you disadvantage on perception checks to notice them.
Okay.
You do notice there are some arcane runes on the inside of each of the windows that have a faint bluish glow to them.
Alright, I'm in his
And
back.
on the inside of each of the doors as well.
Let me take a look at something here. Hang on one second. Where is it? I've got this spell. Where is it? I need to see the details of something. Yep, okay, cool. Yeah, okay. Inside the house, I'm going to take a quick look around. So I haven't seen anybody. I just see arcane runes and stuff, right?
Yeah, you haven't seen a person.
Okay. Is there anything on the floors, specifically?
Roll an investigation check.
Luck point.
There you go. So you do notice, and you go through the house. You don't notice anything specifically on the floors, other
Well,
than of
I'm
course
just looking
those
through the
arcane
windows,
rooms.
so going through the house, like I'm just looking through.
You said you
windows
had
there.
an arcane eye that you put in there.
Yeah, was it able to fit? Like all the windows were closed. It has to have a 1 square inch space to be able to get in.
Oh yeah, then it's not able to get in. I'll still say that you're rolling this for you.
Okay.
You do notice, kind of sitting on the table, almost in like the shape of a D8, like a clear glass-like object that seems to be laced with silver, and in fact, you've seen an object like this before. It's currently in possession of, or Dorian is currently in possession. This looks like what you would know, at least have heard him say, is a spark vessel, which is used to contain a small portion of a divine spark of a deity, and they are exceedingly rare.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go and make. I am going to. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and just get into this because now I'm interested. I'm gonna go ahead and burn a potion. So I'm gonna drink a potion of regular mana. What you give me? Is that 2 spell slots back or 1 spell slot?
One.
1. Yeah. All right, that's fine. So I'm gonna go and drink a potion of regular mana, get my 1 spell slot back, and then I'm gonna line up next to one of the windows. I'm going to drop the arcane eye on the ground floor, and I'm going to cast Far Step, and I'm going to teleport into the house.
All right, you teleport into the house. Managing to not land on one of the arcane rooms that's by the windows.
Then I'm going to turn into shadow form, so I start to levitate, because I'm going to come in from the ground floor through where I see the windows, and I'm going to float all the way up to wherever the room is that I saw the arcane spark.
Okay. It was actually on the ground floor.
Okay.
So it's, you notice, I mean, it's pretty typical adornments. Granted, it's finer furniture, but exactly what you'd expect, with a fireplace, various chairs lined throughout the place, and a work desk over in the, kind of back in the corner. And that's where the arcane spark was sitting. Or the divine spark, I mean.
First things first, I'm going to go over to the work desk.
Okay.
And I'm just going to take a look around, see what kind of papers and anything they have. Anything out?
You do notice there is one slip of paper
And
that
what...
speaks of a basically of a diplomatic mission to Gaiar, which is the main capital city of the Earth Ganassi. Talking about basically using subterfuge and gaining their trust, all the while where they serve a greater purpose and glory to the truer God. That Baal himself is only a tool. But it is with this tool that we will fashion the stones that will build a greater tomorrow. And that will work towards the rebirth of the universe.
Does it say anywhere on there like who he was writing this to or who it came from?
Yes, actually it does. Let me look for a specific name. Or if you just want to look it up, it's the name that is one chick's brother.
Oh, Anarchus Zarkarios.
Arcanist Zacharios, but yes.
Whatever. Okay. Interesting. It all comes together. All right. I also want to take a look around his desk or his armchair or anything, and I want to find like loose hairs. Anything that looks like it could be loose hairs that like would only be for like the owner of the house, not just like random stuff around there. Like
you see a very nicely crafted brush.
Oh yeah,
with some hairs.
I'm gonna pick that up and I'm gonna put it in my bag.
The whole brush?
The whole brush.
All right.
Okay.
If you'll just add that to your inventory, you have a gold-trimmed elven brush with what's the fucker's name again? Looking through my notes. Fuckers whose house you're at. That guy, his hair in it.
I can tell you for Erevan Moon Whisper.
Yes.
All right, I'll take a quick look through the house, like just quick. I'm trying to do this fast. Anything else of interest? Anything? Documentation, anything that might be a code or a quick secret compartment I can find. Just anything that stands out of the norm for me.
You are able to find like a component pouch that has a few things in it. Like you notice it has a little pinch of bluish hair, but of a different coloration than you found on the brush. You also notice that it has, inside of this pouch, you noticed a mana potion and a greater health potion.
Yeah, I'm going to take that whole pouch and throw it in my bag.
Alright. But other than that letter that you found and the spark, which are still a couple of major things, and the brush, you don't really find anything else that's
Okay. Just out of curiosity, do I recognize what the blue hair would like go to? Like what species or anything like that?
Roll an Arcana check.
Arcana, Jesus. Yeah, no, I don't. I can pretty much already tell you right now I'm going to fail this one. Maybe not.
Actually, no. You've seen this before. This is Quickling hair.
Oh, okay. That'll come definitely handy. All right. Now, my shadow form and my spell that I cast originally only lasts for a minute, and I've been doing this for a little bit here.
Yeah, you're likely you'd be coming up on the end of your spell.
Okay, so here's
or of your shadow form.
I'm gonna take a look around the spark to see if there's any runes or traps or anything around that at all.
Yeah, roll an investigation check. Yes, at this point you notice there is another arcane rune. It's not quite as pronounced as the other, and you see it more as almost like an indentation in the table, with how it was transcribed. But you do notice a faint arcane glow, and the spark is sitting right on top of it.
Do I know what the arcane would like? Can I see what the spell is or anything that's attached to it?
You notice that it is likely, based on the coloration, you would equate it more towards a symbol associated with fire.
If I
You got about not 10 seconds of us talking now, but in game you got about 10 seconds until your shadow forms up.
Okay. Is there any way to deactivate a rune? Since I know it's there, can I just destroy like a part of it?
Magic would probably work.
Yeah, I don't have that anymore. I used to, but I don't have it no mas.
But that would really be the only means that you would be aware of.
You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna go big or go home here. I'm gonna cast Summon Greater Demon.
What?
I'm gonna cast Summon Greater Demon.
Summon Greater Demon. Okay, what are you summoning?
What is his fucking name? Hold on.
Big fly thing?
Yeah, big fly dude.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the thing's fucking called.
I got it in my notes here somewhere. Hold
A
on.
Varrock?
No, it's not a Varrock.
4.
I wasn't planning on bringing him out, so.
Is it a demon, a fiend?
It's a fiend.
I think it counts as I think it's a demon and not a devil, though.
Yeah.
Okay, what CR?
6, I want to say.
Yeah, I think so.
It's a big fly-looking thing.
Where did I put that in here? It's in my notes somewhere.
Let's see. Alright, so for 6, you
6,
have...
yes. Chasme. It's a Chasme.
Chasmes, Varrocks,
It's a Chasme.
Galbaraz.
I'm telling you,
Yes.
that's what it is.
The Chasme has a specific name. He asked it its name.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, I'll just say you know its name.
That's what Matthew Colville does in his streams. They're like, so what's the name of that Lord's Manor? He's like, the NPC tells you. Dude, it's hilarious.
Bob. His name's fucking Bob.
That irritates me because I know I put it in here.
Fucking Bob. Yeah, that's the whole name.
Check the
Zonarok.
tape.
Zonarok.
Zonarok. Yeah, I knew that.
Zonarok.
Yeah,
There we go. Jesus, I couldn't find it in here. I was going through this like 16 times trying to find it. Zonarok.
Mm-hmm. He's just in the cold fire and lightning.
Yeah, that's the whole point. So I summon him.
Okay. Why have you brought me here?
Well, I thought we could hang out, have some fun. Also, I need you to grab that spark thing and take it outside. Break through a window if you need to. I don't care.
Will you let me go if I acquire it?
Well, yeah.
He goes and grabs it. When he does, the entire table sets on fire, and this fire alarmingly fast, and you would take it likely by
I would
magical
say I would
means.
jump back. Like I'm already gonna. I know what's gonna happen, so I'm gonna get back a little bit before he does this because I don't know how big
Begin
this spell.
spreading to the entire house.
Nice, nice. All right, time to go, kiddo.
And he takes 21 points of fire damage. That's with his resistance.
Chasme's HP base of 84. D&D Beyond.
And he gets to make, I think, saving throws on his turn, and I think when he takes damage, maybe? No, I can't remember. Hold on.
Well, he rolled a natural 20 on whatever saving throw it is he's supposed to be making.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
Magic resistance. He has advantage on any saving throw. He
Oh,
has.
I didn't even need
He
it.
has disadvantage on his saving throw, though, because I know his
Oh.
true name.
Okay, so
Well, no, that means he has disadvantage on a charisma saving throw to not have to listen to you if you're using Summon Greater Demon. That's what that disadvantage.
Yeah, but he gets to make a saving throw to not have to listen to my commands anymore. He has to have a natural 20 to not listen to my commands and be free to do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
well, with the disadvantage, it was a natural 18, for a total of 20.
No, then he fails.
Okay.
Because
Yeah,
I'm
the
in,
DC's 22. Or no. Yeah, 21 for you, right?
and it's he
22.
has a minus to his charisma.
Oh, is
thing.
that a charisma? I thought it was wisdom. Then it's
No,
just
it's
he
charisma.
actually doesn't have a minus. It's a solid 0, so that would be 18 total.
Yeah, let me make sure I'm reading that right. At the end of each, he gets a charisma saving throw. Yeah,
Okay, so that would be that's an 18.
because that's why I remember getting a Chasme because they have to roll a natural 20 to be able to resist my thing, which is
Yeah.
why I also got his name in case he rolled a natural 20, he'd be with disadvantage. So, okay, that was close.
Yeah, so that's an 18.
Yeah, break through the window. Let's go.
He does so as he's literally on fire. He pops through the window, and in this instance, with guards already coming to the scene, they see this giant, probably 8-foot tall, big fly thing crash through the wall, start thrashing around on the ground while he's on fire. They're like, "At arms, men! At arms!" And
Wait,
they
how are
just
they
start,
there that instantly? Like, this was
because
like
they're
grab it and
constantly
bust out the
wandering
door.
the city. It's not a ton of them. It's like
Okay.
3. But
All right, I will charge out after him, and
They all need to make Constitution saving throws
the guards?
Yep.
Why is that?
because of his drone ability.
that's only if I tell him to use it. He hasn't actually. He has to
Yeah,
spend an
yeah.
action to do that.
Oh, I thought that's always in effect when he's flying.
Oh, no,
Or
it
the,
is always in effect.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
It's a
for-
trait, not an action.
well, there you go. They all have to make Constitution saving
Yeah, all
throws.
the guards.
2 of the guards immediately fall unconscious when they get nearby. But 2 of the others, they all take a swing at him with their long swords. Actually, they said they have great swords, so that would be 2d6. So they take... He takes... 12... 20 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
So he's taken 41 damage so far. as they just hammer him with a sword and he screeches. And he
Alright.
just yells back, "Release me now!"
No, he does not yell. He speaks telepathically to me.
Well, you hear it yelling in your mind.
Okay, I just want to make sure. And I will run out, and remember, I still look like a guard.
Yeah.
So I will run out, and I will put my hand on the spark thing, and I will just like through my other arm and just like throw him off and like, get the fuck out of here, you evil demon!
We thought it was undead. Are there demons up north? We must spread the message. We must tell them. Demons are at play.
Yeah,
As he flies off.
Yeah, because I gave him a command, so he still has to go. But I took the thing.
Yeah, he's gone. He flies off into the distance.
And then I'll turn to the other guys. You and you, grab these two guys on the ground. Take them back to the infirmary. I'll report back in.
They need
understood,
holy
sir.
water.
Understood. Will you get the message to Galeberg? There are demons.
I was already deployed. I was heading out this morning. I just happened to hear the commotion over here and decided to check it out.
By the way, make a deception check with advantage.
Yes.
How long does your glibness last? 8 hours?
An hour.
Oh, so it's probably done and gone.
You're lucky. One of them rolled a 19 on his insight.
He's the one that's lucky.
Understood, sir.
So do I see a burning building?
Yes.
Do we all see a burning building?
Yes. You see smoke off in the distance.
So how far away am I from that burning building?
You would have been getting back to the city about this point. You're probably about a 2-minute walk from it.
I'm gonna try to fly to it.
As soon as they walk off, I'm just going to cast invisibility. Like, I'll put the spark in my bag, and then cast invisibility on myself, and I'll start making my way to the ship.
Okay.
So how far am I from the burning building?
I'll just say you've made it to it by this point. A couple of guards are still there. Even more have showed up as they're just circling the building, kind of surveying what might have caused the fire.
It's a
So-
bit of a spectacle, so
I wanna walk up and cast my cantrip Control Flames, and I know that it says you choose non-magical flame you can see within range. Nothing happens, right?
You're able to control it a little bit because a lot of the flames in this building were just simply because it would have caught from a magical fire, so there would have been some magical fire that would have turned to non-magical fire, if that makes sense. But you're not able to control it completely. Like if you stick if you put a stick, like a torch, into a magical flame, when you pull the torch out, it's going to be a non-magical flame on the torch, if that makes
Right.
sense.
So I'll sit there and I'll cast Control Flames, and I'll slowly start to close my fist, and then I'll let it go and be like, Now I'll pull out my spell book and flip through a couple pages and shut my spell book and turn to the guards. Well, this is a magical flame, and I have no water spells. You'll have a good day.
Don't say.
Yep, and I have no water spell. Have a good day, and I'll leave.
Okay. At this point, they're just accepting that the building is going to burn down. I mean, they're not trying to stop it.
You know, I probably should have left the, I don't know. I should have left the material in there that showed that he was working to, like, you know, was a follower of Baal and all that. Oh, well, that's all gone.
You take it that it's likely that the reason the building was set to burst into flames would be to destroy any evidence.
Yeah, I could have thought about that a little bit further and taken that letter to somebody else, but you know what? Nah. We'll deal with this, spy to spy.
So are we all back at the ship now?
Yes.
Alright, sweet. I'm not flying, so, yeah.
I just shadow walk.
Okay.
Wherever I can.
I don't have any inherited.
So you make it over to the ship.
I'm just like super resilient to magic and super resilient to fire.
So
Can't
you all
shadow
see
walk.
Aaron clumsily stumble in with his wings, land a little too hard, not enough to take any damage. Paragon's already there, and Shiziki is just kind of
Invisible?
Yeah, well, invisible, but minding his own business. Nothing fishy going on.
I will walk onto the ship, drop my invisibility, and then I will, pat some of the ash off my shoulders.
So I assume I'm the last one to do the ship because I'm not like running, kind of strolling.
Yeah, you would have been the last one to get to the ship.
Okay.
Hey,
I just want to make that very clear. My dexterity is like 8, so I'm not running fucking nowhere. Nothing that's gonna make me sweat, become exhausted. No physical activities.
Actually, that would be your strength. That's 8. But yeah, you're not the strongest person, so.
Yeah.
Hey, what was it you said I got? What was the potions? It was a healing potion and a mana potion?
Just the standard healing potion or the standard mana potion and a greater healing potion.
Okay. Greater healing.
Hey, so I got a question real quick, Gavin.
What's up?
The alert. You can't be surprised while you are conscious. How are you surprised while you are unconscious?
I don't think you are.
Someone comes up to you and smacks you in the face with a frying pan. Surprise!
Well, that's an automatic.
That would also
critical,
be
'cause
like if you're asleep.
unconscious,
I
then-
guess, like you
yeah.
can still be surprised if you're asleep.
Yeah, but if you're unconscious, then there's a status effect for being unconscious. It makes any melee hit a critical hit.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh. Okay.
Different
That
topic
was
for another
funny.
time.
All right. Well, let's get the fuck out of Dodge.
Before we get there, hey, Aaron.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found something that I think you might know how to do something with. And I'll reach out and here's quickling hair.
Do I know it? Does Velastrios know what quickling or?
Yeah, you would know that it's a common ingredient in potions that would increase mobility or speed. Like if somebody had an expeditious retreat, then like an enchantment for expeditious retreat or a potion that would give you that, it would go for that as
I
more
meant
common.
I meant the creatures.
Yeah, you would know what it is.
Okay.
He pulls out a vial, pops cork, carefully slides the hair in, closes it back up, and puts it in his bag of clothing.
Is it just like one hair, or is it like?
It's like about as much as you could get off of a brush after somebody with really long hair brushed their hair for like 2 weeks without pulling the hair out.
Okay, then
It's
he kind
a
of
clump.
he kind of clumps it up and shoves it in the vial, puts it in the vial and just puts it.
Any idea on like how
Yeah.
many potions you can make with that?
Probably enough for about 1.
Yeah, I don't think I can get more than one out of this thing.
Fair enough.
But anything else you find?
Yeah, and Velastrios, you might want to take a look at this too. I don't think you guys are really aware. Well, Aaron, you would know, but Velastrios, we've had some run-ins with another unsavory group that I think they may be bigger players in the overall war than what I originally realized. But one of the people who I paid a visit to his house, he wasn't there, but I did find this inside, and I'll take out the spark.
And you would know exactly what it is.
I know exactly what it is?
I'm saying Velastrios
Okay.
knows exactly what it is.
I don't touch it. What about it?
Well, I mean, I've seen this type of thing before, but I don't really know much about it. I was wondering if you had some insight on it.
Now, is that a divine spark or is that the
It's a spark.
catalyst?
It's a spark vessel. You
Right,
take it
okay.
that's likely not charged up with anything at the.
Okay, then if it's not charged up with anything, then I'll take it. And I'll.
Oh, I'm not saying I'm giving it to you. I'm asking.
Oh,
you
I
about
thought you were holding it out for me to
it.
inspect.
I'm holding it out for everyone to see.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what it is. It's divine spark catalyst. It holds divine spark.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit more?
You know what a divine spark is?
You know, I actually had a friend that talked about that from time to time, but I didn't pay much attention to it. So, no.
Shiziki, you're a warlock, are you not?
Yes.
So let me put it this way. I gained my powers through studying the arcane Ophelia, and he'll nod over to Ophelia, she gains her powers through her bloodline. There's like a pause where he's like was about to say something else, but then he says bloodline.
Baby, come here.
You gain your powers through a god or some type of patron. Now, the divine spark is a way for gods to give out minuscule amount of power to other inferior beings to do their will and possess slightly more power than other beings. What you hold in your hand is a device made by the gods to hold the sparks. The more sparks you have, the more powerful the device is.
Well, let me ask you this. Is this something that could be reused?
As long as it contains a spark, it will hold power.
And does this currently hold a spark?
It's not.
I'm vaguely familiar with the concept. In fact, and I'll kind of hold out my, or point to my ironstone crown thing, of something that can hold magical energy. My question, though, is whether or not we can make any use of this. Can we put any kind of energy into this just to be able to utilize for later? Anything like that at all? Gavin might need to weigh in on that one.
So
Gavin?
there is.
If I need to. Do I need to?
It is possible for you to, if you were to obtain the power of a god, then you could put power in there by using your own divine sparks. But currently at this time, I have no knowledge of how one could have.
Well, the question
there is. Wait. Hold.
Okay.
There have been many people to ascend to godhood before my time, but unless you were a god, you would not have the power enough to charge that device. Gavin, rating.
You were pretty spot on.
I just didn't know if there was just the limit that it had would be raised. That it could hold divine power, but if it could hold something much less, like a regular spell.
It can also, it doesn't necessarily have to come directly from a god, but if you find like any sort of node or any device or item that contains a portion of a divine spark, it could also be transferred to it by that means as well.
Yeah, that's what I tell you.
Yes.
It has to be some form of divine power, at least.
And not even like energy
And not
from the
even
divines.
like
It has to
energy
be
from
like
the divines.
directly
It has
from
to
their
be
spark.
directly from.
Like
Man,
if
it seems
you
like a
took it
reverb
up-
is going on in here.
like if you took it up to like a holy avenger, you know, it's a divine item, but it doesn't have a piece of a spark in it or anything.
You know what? I might have some use for this later on. I'm set to have another chit-chat with a certain someone after we deal with the Lich.
Is there any more items you wish to inquire about the knowledge of?
I don't think I have anything at the moment. But if anything else comes up, I'll let you know.
Well, I would like to remind you that I am the local and residential lore master as of this time. So if you come across any other artifacts, I will be more than happy to identify them.
Oh, I'll keep that in mind. And I know what you're talking about, but no, that's for me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking
Tony.
about.
Tony doesn't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I thought you were referring to the porcelain massacre earlier. Just what you're trying to wink, hint at.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. What at what point in time? Because I
Told you
walked away a
everything
bunch.
in the last Trios now.
No, I walked. Okay. I walked away several times to get beers without saying anything, so I don't.
Oh, gotcha. Well then, you
I'm
don't know,
just
and
trying-
you don't need to know, Tony.
I'm just trying to insinuate I have the identify spell.
Okay.
I can identify stuff.
You can definitely do that.
Since the local residential sorceress didn't pick it. Delia.
No, I didn't.
So.
Do not look
But-
at me. I did not take it.
That's Sean's fault. Everybody knows it.
It's true. It's true. That's what I tell everyone. Always just blame me. Go ahead, bring it on. I like it. I'm
Alright.
glutton for punishment.
All right, so let's say we leave. I've had enough of this city.
Yes.
All right,
By the way,
Phil,
did
you
anybody
take
see
the
that
helm.
house on fire back there? Crazy stuff, right?
Yes.
I have no idea how that happened. And then I will take the spark and kind of like slowly, comically put it back in my bag.
Deception check with disadvantage.
Oh, it's if people can figure it out, people can figure it out. I'm not trying to.
Okay, you all know that he may have something to do with that fire.
Mm,
Shiziki, are you blowing shit up again?
Again, I don't realize I had a history of it, but you know what? It was kind of fun, so maybe we'll make a repeat event of this.
so, Gavin, real quick, my last DM that I sent you, is that a yay or a nay? That's all I need to know, yay or nay.
Let's see. Probably not.
Damn. All right, that's it.
Cool.
Now, should I cast a spell on this flying contraption, or do we go over and push button?
As far as I know, we push buttons.
Yes.
Yeah,
We push buttons.
I could just put us there. Why you wish to this contraption, I do not understand.
Yeah, this isn't really my jam either. I'm more about things that are on the ground, not up in the air. So.
I mean,
But luckily, you have a resident sorcerer who was trained to be an okay pilot by somebody, so
I thought Aaron like worked with Wilhelm and had to figure this out.
he would be able to fly a little bit. But Felia's a better pilot than him at this point.
Gotcha. Also, I would just want to take a quick perception, not a big thing, but are there still ravens following me at all?
No, actually, they seem to have cleared out.
Motherfucking abandonment.
Not even the birds will follow you.
Whatever. Whatever. If anybody needs me, I'm just gonna go read a book. Come on, silly elf.
Oh.
Who's still there, along with Zai,
Yeah.
in case anybody forgets.
Yeah, you're gonna read a book, right? You're gonna read a book.
No, I'm just gonna go sit on the back of the thing, because
I mean,
we're not
this
on
is-
the main ship, this is just a skiff.
yeah, this is just one deck, as far as I know.
This thing isn't that big. I mean, as far as walking across, it's maybe 50 feet long.
It's a small.
This is like the size of like a. If we're comparing it to like ships, this is like a schooner, basically.
So, real quick, Gavin,
What's up?
I have the Cloak of Stars.
Yes.
Is there any way, when I put it on, I could cast any type of spell to change the color to a dark, like, blood red and throw it over my gown?
I'll
my
say
robes?
sure. Why not?
Okay.
I don't really care what you do with the coloration. Hell, Matt Mercer let him have a pink handy haversack.
So I will pull out of my bag this large cloak with these 6 red beads, and it is dark. Like, once I throw it on, it just changes, and it looks like the color on it melts away, and it melts like a really dark red color.
All right. So you
Yeah,
guys
yeah.
take to the sky,
Hey,
and
Zai, did you get those healing potions?
Oh shit, I forgot about 2.
Oh, shit, that's good.
you tried to send him shopping, right?
Yeah, I told
Yeah,
him to go
for
get healing
healing.
potions.
Well, as I told you, the potion shop was closed.
Well, damn it, Zai, and I reach and I bring out my healing potion. I'm like, I was able to get some, and I wasn't even trying.
Yeah. Okay. Now you're just fucking with me.
Don't doubt me, boy.
I mean, if it was closed, why didn't you just unlock the door? Everyone
see?
knows that a lock is just an insult to the doors.
Zai, you gotta learn.
No,
People
that
like us,
didn't
we
occur
think
to me.
outside the box. The usual rules don't always apply to us.
Well, it looked like the place was empty. All right.
Well, if it was empty, that means that it was free to just go in and grab what you wanted, and no one was gonna stop you.
Then it looked like there was nothing in there.
Well, how do you know? You didn't go. How do you know there wasn't an illusionary spell over the windows?
Yes, I can see I have much to learn about adventuring.
You
Oh,
think
wise
like a
one.
child.
I'm just
Zan.
gonna throw this out there, Zai.
Zygath.
Yeah.
He
Next
didn't say that
time,
to you. He
if
said
it's
it to
locked,
Velasquez.
scope it out, go see the owner, take the owner's form, go to the guard, tell them that you got locked out of your own shop. They open up the door for you because they can just break in if they really want to since you're the shopkeeper, and then you go investigate. Simple as pie.
I'll look over at Zai and be like, Zai, Gaff, did you just raise your voice to me, young man?
I am very sorry, old one.
You keep talking to me in such a sarcastic tone, I'll turn you into a grasshopper and eat you myself. It's like my number one threat to everybody.
Roll a perception check.
I have a
Based on
25.
Based on
I have
hearing.
a 25 passive perception. How much
All
perception
right. So
check
then
do I
you
need?
hear him mutter under his breath. You can fucking eat me, all right.
So-
and I'm also laughing in game. Jesus Christ.
So, I'm not casting Polymorph on him, but I will cast Reduce. So,
Okay.
Velastros, just leave him be. He's young. I understand anybody
What kind of save
needs
does
to
he have
be.
to make for reduce? I want this to happen.
Constitution.
Okay, well, let me look at Zygath. Because I made him a character sheet.
Yeah,
Let's see.
Wait, what did he roll?
He rolled a big old 12.
Yeah, he doesn't pass. Unless he has a 10 to his plus to Constitution.
No, as in the 12 was after adding everything in.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't.
What the hell? What the fuck?
Zai,
I'm like 2 feet tall!
you know you can just grow.
Actually, that is out of the limitations of
He can go by like a foot. He can make himself bigger.
Okay, he's 3 feet now instead of 2.
You see, there's progress.
And Velasquez he'll smile. He won't laugh, but he'll give like a little crooked smile, and he'll be like, "See."
He's like,
Not-
what's wrong with my voice? What is wrong with my voice? I sound like I did a line of helium-infused marrow dust.
That was reduction. Pretty pedigree prostitution.
I'm going back to my book.
It's the wrong spell. Maybe I used a pinch of iron instead of a lock of Hartley.
Aaron's going to go to the top, out to the front of the ship.
We're flying now, right?
Yes, you're flying.
Oh, okay.
And by the way, for those of you that didn't pick up any weather gear, it's starting to get colder as you begin to approach.
I put on my armor.
Armor. Oh, you got armor of what? Cold resistance?
Yeah, like the hell, like crazy cold resistance, and I got fire armor. What are you talking about? We got all kinds of shit. Remember, I bought a lot of nifty shit.
How do I dismiss Red Boat?
The same way you would,
Dismiss doesn't work. That usually would work for... Oh, wait, there it goes.
I did
Alright.
it.
So,
I just dragged it to another channel.
Okay.
so I'm going to go to the front of the boat, put on my cold resistance armor, and then I am going to try to talk to Claresi.
Okay. So, how was it that you could get in touch with her again?
Amulet telepathy.
That's right, you gave her a dedicated one.
Mm-hmm.
Just a random question. So, do the amulets go to different planes?
Not different
She-
planes, but different worlds within the same plane, yes.
Okay, so all the other people were in the same plane, but on a different world.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm just curious.
Claresi.
Aaron?
Hi. It's been a while.
Indeed it has.
I just wanted to let you know might not make it back from what I'm about to go into.
Aaron, what are you doing?
Gonna go fight a lich.
Well, that just doesn't sound like a problem. We've conquered many liches.
No, not a normal lich. Like, really, really bad lich. Like, take the liches that you have encountered and times it by like 10. And then times that by like 10. and then times that by like 10.
Well, thus is the life of an adventurer.
This is
Just
true.
no goodbyes. Just be careful. Let me know how it goes afterwards. All right?
I will. How have you been doing?
I've been well. Haven't been feeling well lately, but
What do you mean you haven't been feeling well?
just rather sick.
Uh-huh. Lovely. Well, I will try to keep in contact with you as we go about this. You're kind of the reason why I keep going on, because hopefully soon I will be in your arms once again.
Well, be careful, Aaron. Stay
You
safe.
as well.
No unnecessary risks.
Understood.
All right, you cut the connection or what?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
God damn it! I can't believe I did that. Yep, got her pregnant. Oh shit! Shocking.
I'm sure Shaz is a little careful.
You get used to it.
You get used to it. Yeah, but
Yeah,
see,
you
your
got Genghis Khan over here. I mean,
Well, here's the thing though. Your baby mom is like on the ship with you. My baby mom's in a whole other world.
Damn, I keep forgetting about her. I keep forgetting about all these sidebar characters.
Oh, side note, Gavin, if you would, yeah, Ophelia actually has a feat that she picked up at 16 that we didn't know what she wanted, so you need to put
oh
that in.
yeah.
Over here at 15. I was like,
Yeah.
What is it called? Like fiendish endurance or something
No,
like
it's
that?
infernal resistance, I think it is.
That's right.
Infernal resistance, I mean.
Yeah.
She has resistance to everything?
She gets resistance to, cold
Infernal
and
Constitution.
acid or poison, I think it was. I think it's
Oh well,
called-
if you have resistance to cold damage and poison damage.
yeah.
So,
On top of my
Yeah.
already bought
So
one.
you're good. You don't even need any cold weather gear for where you're going.
So I have-
Thanks for that.
I have resistance to fire, force, magic, but I do not have resistance to cold. But I do have invested a flame. So
Oh,
if I'm constantly on fire,
That probably keep things a little warm. Yeah.
okay.
oh, and I'm
When
also
you're
gonna.
facing like negative 20-degree weather is about what
Oh.
you're going into.
I won't be resistant. I'll be resistant to cold damage and immune to fire damage.
Okay. So if you have that on, you're good. And anybody who invested in some warm weather.
Oh yeah, I
cold
put
weather
on.
gear,
I
mean,
put
it's
on
good.
my lovely, very finely made cloak. My dire wolf cloak.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get a
Yeah,
white
but-
one.
Put the hood up.
I
And
will-
it's getting cold now. It's probably about 10 degrees where you're at.
I'll pull my scarf up a little tighter, and then I'll throw my dark gray direwolf full fur thing, since I got one too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Steliel is shivering, considering like she has an exposed midsection and is wearing like pretty
My
much
God,
nothing
did
but
you
just,
not
like,
get
metal
anything?
armor. You didn't buy me any. It's not like I have money.
So
Oh my
I
God.
will take off. I'll take off my ring and I'll give her.
What's the ring?
I don't know.
That's a great question.
It was the it's not in my inventory, but I know you talked about when I created this character, I was able to get like an uncommon item. And
Yeah.
so I'm gonna assume it's a ring of cold resistance, if that's an uncommon item, or
That is uncommon. Yeah.
okay. Then that's what I would give her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shit, I don't really have anything else to give because we also got Zai. I mean, I
Yeah.
would have thought
Oh
we
yeah,
would have gotten some
Zai
stuff for
is
them.
shivering his ass right now.
Did we not
as it's
buy
approaching
anything? I
0
told him to go
degrees.
get stuff. Did he not get anything knowing we were going into the cold area?
Oh, shit.
So
He's over by
Today,
like
I
a
told him
little
to go get
fire,
things earlier.
just like rubbing his hands together, blowing into his hand.
Jesus
So
Christ.
how long is
I
this?
pull
gonna
out
take?
I pull out the other cloak
Couple
that I bought.
hours.
Oh no! You know what I pull out? I pull out the freaking 4 spheres of cold resistance that I have in my pocket and go here.
Oh yeah, you know what? That would actually work out because I said we talked about that because we were going somewhere cold, so we knew we were gonna need that.
You know, based on the last conversation, you know what you don't pull out. Sorry, bad joke. Anyway,
Okay. So that's really bad. So I start pulling them out and start handing them to all of the compatriots because I have 27 of them.
27
What
cloaks.
No,
No,
I have 27 orbs of cold resistance.
Well, they're 27
yeah.
orbs. When they attune to it, they get to pick what
Yeah.
it's actually resistant to. So they
So-
can just make it for against cold.
Yeah, I
How
have
long?
27 of the damn things.
It
How
takes an
long
hour
does
to
this
attune.
trip?
2-3 hours, not long.
Okay, so I will draw my doorway on the floor, and I will
Okay.
open my door, and I'll just fall in.
And that's the weirdest thing, you know. I mean, not weird for you; you're used to it. But you
And I'm-
drop in, and you just kind of land on your back, and just get up. I mean, it wasn't like a hard land, but you just find yourself laying on your back. It's just how you enter. And then you stand up.
I kind of assume it's like one of those like parallel dimensions where even though I drop in feet first, it's like I step through a doorway and I don't
Well,
know.
it's like you drop in
vertical.
feet first, and it's like the gravity shifts as you're falling. Like you go through
Yeah,
the doorway,
okay.
and it's like you're falling, and then suddenly you find yourself softly land on the ground on your back.
Okay. If I would have yeah, all right. And I'll say as I go to jump in, I'll be like, "Fuck this shit, I'm out." Knock on the door when we've arrived. Warmer in here.
I mean, if you went into like a free fall stance where like you're basically falling like completely flat, then you would have landed on your feet. Is that what you would have probably done?
No, I would have gotten down on my hands and knees at the base of the doorway and just like looks like I'm like crawling over into the hole and then kind of standing up inside the.
Okay, gotcha.
But-
It's like Portal.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
Okay, I'm sorry.
are these orbs gonna help? Can we like make everyone not cold?
Probably, yeah. If they attuned it to cold resistance, but the attunement becomes permanent once they decide the resistance it has.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. And Paragon's just standing there going, "What? Are you really? Are y'all cold? Really? This is nothing."
Paragon would already kind of be wearing, like, knowing what you guys are facing, he'd kind of already be wearing some warm weather or cold weather gear anyway.
Paragon has fur all over him. He doesn't need it.
I forgot
True.
about that guy too.
Yeah, that would help.
All right.
Y'all are really this cold.
Is anyone else coming into the room?
I'm gonna. Well, let me ask you this. I want to just chill, get like a short rest during the ride, and read my book. Would I be able to actually just read on the thing, or is it gonna be like snow coming at us? Like if it looks like it is, I'm. Just,
If you
like,
go inside to an enclosed area, you'd probably be able to pull it off. It's still cold, though.
I mean that's fine. I got stuff around me. I'll just sit
At
somewhere.
this point, it's probably approaching, like, -5.
Aaron's just gonna literally stand next to Paragon and go, "Well, they weren't prepared for this."
I'm going to shift my body into just a very, very hairy man.
Okay.
A bigger person gets some own insulation. I'm gonna be a little more like my usual self and have a nice little beer gut or something like that. Just some extra padding, some insulation, and be just a very hairy man that has not shaved in quite some time.
It helps a little bit, but even with that cloak, I mean, it's not enough to start taking cold damage or anything, but you're cold. Like even with your cloak on, you're functional and you're not gonna like
With
die,
my
but
scarf?
it's your shiver.
My scarf doesn't keep me from the cold?
Not 100% protection from it. You're cold. You're managing, but you're cold.
Is there steam coming off of Solomon yet?
There's definitely some like frozen moisture starting to stick to him.
If it's that cold, then I'll follow Valastrios into his thing, and I'll take Cidiel and Zai with me.
Okay.
Hey, Solomon, are you okay? Solomon, are you all right?
And you, Ophelia, you feel cold, but thanks to your new addition, it's not that bad. You're like, ooh, it's a little chilly.
Like,
All right.
pretty out here.
And then just to be greedy, I'm just gonna go in and start just kind of chilling out, reading, and see if I can get a short rest and maybe learn a little bit from my book.
Okay. So you get through a little more of your book. You're probably a little beyond 3/4 of the way done with your book now.
Well, hold on. I didn't tell you which book I'm reading. I have lots.
Oh my
I thought
God.
you were reading your fiend book.
Oh, you know what? I was gonna read my fiend book. So yeah, you're on it. You're on it. You got this. Yeah, I'm gonna read my fiend book.
All right.
Solomon, are you okay?
You said I'm like 3/4 of the way done with it now.
Well, yeah, about 3/4 of the way. He says, "Well, I don't suffer from the usual consequences of cold, Master. I'm fine."
I'm just making sure you can still move properly.
You see some of the moisture kind of crack as he just lifts his paw up on the ground, but it doesn't seem like he had any difficulty doing so.
Good. Because my arm is cold as hell.
Hey, Gavin, can you put that robe in my inventory, please?
The Cloak of Stars.
Yep.
Are you gonna utilize this time to try to add anything to your spell book?
No.
No? Okay.
I'm already working on that mentally.
Oh, you gotta actually take the time to transcribe it.
Yeah. I quotes, I am doing that mentally. In
That's-
quotes. Don't worry about
Okay.
it. Anyways, so, yeah, can you throw that cloak into my inventory? And I want to ask you something. How do you run the astral?
The astral plane?
Yeah, because I can use that cloak to go to the astral plane at will.
Well, so the way the astral plane works is, so you go into the astral plane and you have a mortal string that connects your spirit to your body. If that string ever becomes severed, you automatically die. But you can actually, though it would be a rather lengthy trip, traverse the astral plane to go to any other plane of existence if you know the way to get there, and at that point your body would be transported to that realm with you.
Maybe
If that
that's
answers
why.
your question.
So if I use this robe, then I'll have a string attached to me, but if I use the spell's plane shift, I won't.
Any time you are in the astral plane, you have the mortal string. Anytime at all.
Would Kanatash have the mortal string? Since he's from the astral plane?
Yeah, but I know that if you
You
physically
mean
enter...
Kalistar?
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Aaron?
would still have it. Any mortal would
Yeah,
still
but-
have it.
But from what I know of the astral plane and the astral sea, that if you physically go to the astral sea, like with use of a spell of some kind, you do not have that string. Only if you project yourself and your your mind goes to the
Like,
plane.
if you use astral projection.
Right. If you use astral projection, then you have it's called the silver cord, which links
Yeah.
your physical body to your mental body. But if you go there physically, then you don't have the quote unquote silver cord. So do you say that this robe because the robe states while you are wearing it, use an action to enter the astral plane along with everything you are wearing. So does that mean I physically go? And then it says you
Yeah,
remain
sure.
there
You
until you use an action.
physically go. Yeah.
Okay. It says you reappear on the last space you occupied, or if it is occupied, the nearest unoccupied space. Okay.
That's the last thing Aaron wants to do anyways, we go to the astral plane.
Actually, well, okay. So imagine this: like you're trying to sail across the Atlantic, and it's going to take you 3 months to get there. Well, you bypass that by swapping over to the astral sea, or as common only nomads and mages call it the astral sea, where everyday other people call it the Sea of Stars.
Hey,
So
Tony,
let's say-
I hate to burst your bubble. I actually made my own version of the Robe of Stars.
Oh, okay. Well,
Um,
if you could throw that in so I could read it, because I don't know what yours says. So,
yeah.
anyways, the astral sea, imagine it takes 3 months to get from New York to London. Well, if you hop on the astral sea, it's going to take you like 3 weeks.
If you'll look at it now, there's a slight nerf to it, but I thought it would be a problem item, so I changed a little bit of what it does.
Which part did you change?
The amount of time you can stay in the astral plane in this method.
Use an action to return. You reappear the last place you occurred. You may use this cloak to be on the astral plane for a total of 30 seconds daily and regain the ability to do so. Well, that's fine because I could just get a tuning fork and I could just attune it to the astral sea and then go there whenever I want.
You could, yeah.
Within 30 seconds, I know I could do that.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah. That's fine. That's a way to get out of combat real quick. To teleport away for 30 seconds. I'm cool with it.
Yeah, 5 rounds.
Alright, so we moving
So,
along?
at this point, you know you're probably about 10 minutes away, but... So, who here's seen Bleach?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You start hearing sounds that I would compare to, like, the wail of hollows from Bleach. And you look down and you start seeing scattered apart. In fact, you start feeling little impacts on the ship as you look down and see what looks like these blue with little, it's like dark gray ghouls with cracks in their skin that go about pretty much their entire body, where you can see this like blue energy kind of escaping from these cracks in their skin. Their eyes solid blue, hair kind of tattered, with their skin and clothing or their clothing just being like tattered rag. And you see they take notice of you, and you start feeling little pelts, and you see these 4 bony appendages on their back, almost spider-like. But there's only 4 of them, and you can tell they're clearly just made out of bone, as they start launching the spikes at the ship. It's not really doing anything to the ship, other than you can see a few that begin to stick in the ship, and you might have to make some cosmetic repairs to the ship later. But they've definitely taken notice of you. Or
How big are they?
They're medium creatures, 5 to 6 feet tall.
We're in Velasquez's house. I don't know how much of that we actually see.
You guys wouldn't be seeing this.
I mean,
I see it.
once we
Yeah.
start hearing what's going on the
Yeah, I know you
outside,
would.
yeah, I mean, somebody could knock on the door. Or I left the door open, so we could hear it.
Oh. I
Yeah,
didn't
you
know how
can
your thing
hear
works.
it.
Funk, funk, funk.
But when you go out there, you can't. Gavin, how does gravity work? If they were to walk through the door in front of them and the door is laying down backwards,
We'd have to like crawl out.
You'd have to
Yeah.
crawl out, because when you walk through the door, you would just fall back in. So you'd have to like already just get on the like flat, prone on the ground, and then crawl out. So that
Yeah.
way you wouldn't fall back in, and it would be
Hearing
like
the
pulling yourself
commotion,
off of a cliff.
I assume Ciliel and
I start calling for
probably
everybody.
not.
I'll
Yeah,
say just for humor, you try to walk out of it and just fall right back into the man. And you're like, fuck, and then you figure out how to get out of it.
Own it.
God damn spells all over the place.
Guys,
yeah,
I have
yeah.
company.
What's going on?
I see it.
We're being
Oh,
assaulted
there's-
by something bony.
Gavin, is there anything bigger than these 4 guys?
You see off in the distance, not close enough to where you're immediately concerned, but it does kind of strike you in awe. You see almost like an ooze type creature, but of this gelatinous matter that's like a dark gray in coloration, with various body parts and bones and flesh that seem to be suspended in this dark ooze. You also see one spectral eye that is eerily human appearing, as in like you see it's just solid white, though it is slightly transparent, with veins going through it, and this bright glowing green iris in the middle of this eye that's shifting around almost maniacally, as in there's no subtle movements to it. It's immediately to one side, immediately to the other side, immediately in front of it, turns around, and as it moves, you can hear like this cracking noise, as it has these 8 gelatinous, fleshy appendages near its base. Actually, there's 6 of them. And
How
you
far
also
away is
notice
this creature?
this
I'm sorry,
creature's
go ahead.
probably about 400 or 500 feet, and you also notice there is a very unpleasant smell beginning to creep into your nose of rotting flesh,
Coming from this creature?
coming from everywhere around you.
Yeah, Paragon, how much farther off are we? Because we're starting to catch a lot of attention, and I'd rather not get shot down out here.
About 10 minutes.
We're about 10 minutes out.
Right. My question is, what's the approach here, guys? Because if we go blazing in when they know we're here, they're not just going to welcome us with open arms. We're going to get a lot of fire at us.
So while Shizuki's saying this, Velasquez is sitting there rolling up his sleeves, and he stands his staff up, and it's just like standing on its own, and he's like holds a fireball in his hand, and he just looks over. He's like, "Oh, are we not going in blazing fireballs? That thing was."
Yeah, I don't know how much farther we have to go just to get to the first place that we need to.
Well, I would suggest that we, well, we should probably deal with the things that are down there.
How
The
many
moment he
things does it look
says
like are
that-
down there?
The moment he
Thousands.
says, "Oh, thousands?"
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Okay.
Hey, Delia, was it? Is that the name? This thing needs to go faster.
You can push it, but you know you might damage the ship a little bit if you do.
We need to go faster. Like, a lot faster.
I'm just gonna throw it out there. We got told that they shoot lasers or whatever else it is at us. That's probably coming at us, possibly from the weird, freaky eye thing out there.
Yeah. So that weird, freaky eye thing, Gavin.
Yeah.
I'm casting Sunburst at it.
What's the range on that?
1 mile.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's 150 feet, but if I sacrifice a level 2 spell slot, I can cast it at 1 mile.
All right. It's a good thing you did that. So you notice this thing, its eye passes by you for a second, and then continues going, and then immediately it just shifts back. Suddenly, looks at you, and it grows in size. Then you hear a balloon,
And Constitution save. Oh, hey, Gavin.
What's
Bottom
up?
line of Sunburst: undead and oozes have disadvantage on this saving throw.
This would be an undead. It's only ooze appearing, but
Well, it has
it would have
advantage.
disadvantage. Let me look up.
Yeah,
its,
and each creature within 60 feet of that creature has to make a Constitution save as well, or it takes 12d6 radiant damage.
so you're hitting a few hundred of them with that.
Okay, yeah, great.
It's better than 1 or 2 that we were in.
By the way, does Paragon sense undead?
Can he do that? I mean,
Yeah, it's a blood hunter thing.
oh yeah, oh yeah, you do.
Awesome.
I mean, if there's thousands, I would imagine that's you know.
Is the thousands all of them undead? Paragon would know this.
So he rolled a total of 20 on his Constitution save.
Yeah, he fails.
All
How
right.
How much undead is there?
How much? All of the undead, every undead. Thousands, more than you can count.
Stuff all over the thing.
Guys, this isn't gonna end well. I need to get out of here. We need to get on and move as fast as we possibly can, because this isn't gonna be pretty if...
Celiel speaks up and says, "Perhaps we should increase our elevation."
Sure, we can
yeah,
go up to 1 mile. That's my limit.
we need to go higher and faster. Quickly.
Well, let's go higher.
By the way, is anybody looking at Paragon as he speaks?
So,
Because-
Gavin,
Well,
65 points of radiant damage and 13 points of force damage.
Why? How does it do the force damage?
Arcane alchemical cast. Oh, wait, no, what is it? I think it's alchemical casting. In
I'll just take your
addition,
word
first
for
level
it.
spell slot increase the spell's raw
So,
force.
as it's starting to charge up this beam to fire it at you guys, you notice it immediately just starts shrieking, like if you can picture when Ichigo cuts through a fucking hollow. Anyway, that's what I picture these things sounding like. The beam just shoots off in a random direction, uncomfortably close, but it misses you, and you notice the eye shatters and it's blind.
Yeah, I don't want to play with those no
So-
more. Can we
so
go up?
We can either go up, or I can create a massive flaming sphere in front of us, and we could follow right behind it. But it doesn't go that fast, so we would probably get swarmed with that idea. Scratch that idea. New idea. We go up to about 5,279 feet. So that way I'm still within range of firing my spells.
You know, you have me
No.
beat by just a couple feet.
All too specific, but make it. We'll
That
go
is
off.
1 foot less than a mile.
Paragon pulls his hammer out as the heart is increasingly beating faster and faster.
Baragon, if I may advise, we are about 720 feet up in the air and climbing. If you fall, I can help you. Would you like to go down? I could cast Feather Fall.
He's
You
close.
hear, You hear as he says that coming from an indeterminate amount of sources below you.
Hey,
No,
Paragon,
Paragon. He
Could I-
just.
throw this out
Alright.
there right quick. Sorry about the whole altercation this morning, but we're probably gonna go in and get into some rough and tumble here. Are you okay? Did you heal up and patch yourself up at some point before this morning or after this morning?
No.
Might I make a suggestion?
May want
Treat
to do
yourself.
that. It's gonna hurt here in a minute.
So how many did I kill, Gavin?
About a couple hundred.
Kind of the thousands.
Actually, it didn't really kill them, but they're definitely wounded, and you notice it.
I mean, that was like 75, 6, 7, 8, 78 points of damage.
It came close, but didn't kill them.
It didn't kill the big eye thing.
Nope, didn't even kill the little guys.
That same suggestion might carry to you there too, Velastros.
Wait, what?
You would have had time for a short rest. If
Wait,
anybody would like to roll.
No.
hit dice.
What did Shiziki say?
Heal yourself up from the fight this morning before we get to where it is we're going.
Oh, he'll like look down at his clothes. There is no blood, no bullet hole, no wounds. I am fine. Thank you.
Well, nobody knows you better than you.
Yes, while y'all were bumbling around in the tavern, I went back to check on the ley line. But that is neither here nor there.
He's close.
Well, I
Well-
thought he was more to the north. Aren't we going to Galeberg? Do we see Galeberg?
About this time, you do see off in the distance, and what you see is, if you can picture basically like feudal Japanese architecture with the tiled buildings and angular roof structure, you see a large wall, and as you get closer, you see what looks like wizards and soldiers along the roof of the wall. You see that they've constructed sort of a structure on top of the wall where they can basically, with little slots where they can shoot arrows through, while also giving themselves a very large number of cover, as it looks like what a barrage of projectiles. But you do see, strangely, that none of these undead are actually able to get within probably 100 feet of the city. There seems to be something holding them at bay. You also notice that every single time one of these behemoths gets closer to it, one of those fleshy masses, the ooze and bones and body parts gets close, it begins to immediately be pelted by a large number of arcane spells, fire, lightning, and falls rather quickly as you see dozens of arrows and spells immediately go in its direction, almost as if they're aware of what they can do and view that as what would be the larger threat to the city. You also, as you're getting closer, you pass nearby like a cliff face of like a mountain. But then suddenly, I mean within about 50 feet of you, you see one of these behemoths come out and start charging its laser. Right about the time you get to thinking, oh shit, you hear a loud a gunshot that absolutely rings through your ears. Whenever it fires, you see it pierce its eye, and it just roars in pain and agony. And you see a very familiar wood elf with a very large rifle standing on the wall of the city.
Can I-
Oh, by the way, Gavin,
What's up?
I'm getting rid of heavy armored feet.
Okay.
Bonus proficiency war. At first level, you gain the martial weapons and heavy armor.
Oh, well then you don't need that then.
I'll pick a different feat later.
All right.
I'm just saying, bonus proficiency war. I just started reading through my shit.
Yeah, that's why we didn't have to add that. That's right. It was a while ago that we made this character.
Yeah, like forever ago.
All right.
Um,
So I'm
Awesome.
gonna go ahead and start waving over to. I'm assuming it must be Ginzo.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna start waving over to Ginzo. Oh, and by the way, I would just go ahead and, you know what? I just kind of turn my back for half a second and then just revert back to my usual regular half-girl form, not the big burly mess of a man that I was before.
Yeah,
Just
I
kinda
assume
like,
you would have done that
"Oh."
before you wave out over to Genzo.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna wave over it to Ginzo.
He gives you kind of a sarcastic, like, two-fingered salute.
And
Tips
I
his hat.
pull Ciliel and Zai close. He doesn't know, and he doesn't need to know. Understood?
Understood. A friend of yours.
So, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's all I was saying.
He just asked, a friend of yours.
Yes, a good friend, but there's always a reason to keep these things quiet.
I understand. I was not planning on mentioning your secret to anyone unless you specifically told me that there's somebody who is aware.
That would be a good rule to have.
If so, we're like flying real close by the city right now, right?
I would take it you guys... Well, it depends. How do you guys want to approach the city? You know, if you get too low, you'll likely come under fire.
Oh, are we not going to try and swing by and...
I'm
I was going to say hey to Ginzo. If we want to swing by
Well,
and
he's
say
in
him.
the city,
Oh,
but he's up on the wall.
gotcha.
could y'all please excuse me for a minute? And I'm gonna turn around and run back into my doorway, and I'm gonna kind of haphazardly drop in a way that I know I'm not gonna fall and land on my back. And I'm gonna cast Planar Ally
Okay, what does that do?
a lot, like a fucking.
I'll look up
shitload.
the spell.
I can beseech an otherworldly entity for aid. The being must be known to you, a god, a primordial, a demon, prince, or some other being of cosmic power.
Okay.
The entity sends a celestial, an elemental, or a fiend loyal to it to aid you, making the creature appear in an unoccupied space within range. If you know a specific creature's name, you can speak the name when you cast the spell to request that creature. Through you might get a different creature anyways, DM's choice. Dude, there's like 20 paragraphs to this spell.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. Holy fuck, this spell does a lot. So you're casting Planar Ally. I assume you're beseeching Ogma.
Galeem, but yeah, Ogma. Two of
Okay.
the same, different names.
Yeah. So, what is
I'm
that
gonna
creature
shut the
called?
door behind me and lock it.
So I don't know what happened, but my entire like internet like crashed, so I don't hear any of that shit.
Good, because I'm talking to my god in peace, private. Well, not my god.
You didn't miss much. We got towards the city. There's resistance fighting all the undead people, and it turns out Ginzo's
Yeah.
there. That
So Gavin,
we got.
it's gonna take me 10 minutes to cast that, so just let me know whenever I'm done.
You would be getting this shortly before you arrived, and I know roughly... Actually, what you're getting is a construct.
Well, I need to talk to Galeem first,
Okay.
and I'll call him Galeem.
Alright. You have beseeched me, Valastrios.
Beseeched is such a strong word, Galeem.
You head to an area of great danger, of high risk of death, where many fall by the minutes. You have asked me for aid.
Well,
How can I be of
no.
assistance?
Let's make this clear. You and I don't get along,
No, we do not.
and tell me which one is more dangerous. I've been pondering this all day since a brief conversation I had last night. An army of undead with a king lich that they serve, or an army of, they call themselves necrolites, that want to control the undead. I find this balance disturbing.
I know of these necrolites of which you speak. Many of them have given into their greed for power. That is why they are constantly under supervision. Though I can tell you, my domain is knowledge, and I do know that they have good-hearted members among them. It would really depend on the one calling the shots. This Ottigan, while his intentions may appear true, there is more to the man. That is all that I am allowed to tell you.
I understand. Now, if you were to send a construct or some type of infernal contraption to come and help me at the time, what is your bargain? What do you want, Liam?
If there's any essence of Zeus that is left, I wish to have it. Any that is not needed for the task at hand, as I know you must collect some of his essence in order to fell him. But what is unnecessary, send it to me, so the divine may possibly intervene in the grand combat that is to come.
Yeah. And I do not question your motives. I simply question, why did Ao destroy one of your ships thousands of years ago? We found the gear.
The engine of creation.
Yes.
Because it was believed to be too powerful.
I accept your deal, Galeem.
And let's see. I'll figure out what I'm gonna send you. He just says to you, when you need aid, it will find you.
I do not need your aid. These people, do not send it to me, send it to the people.
Will you not be with them?
I will, for a time.
Then I will send it to you.
How about you just send it to what is that place called?
Galeberg?
How about you just send it to Galeberg?
If that is your request. Now, are we done?
Yes. When? Goodbye. And I will.
He doesn't even say goodbye, he shuts the connection.
Hate that fucking guy. I'll go back outside with everybody else.
Okay.
And I'll
By
shut
this
my
point-
portal to my mansion.
By this point, you are over the walls. You've definitely been noticed by the troops at hand as they start. You see some people start waving you frantically over the city as you get pelted by a few more needles. None of you guys get hit, but you at this point do notice, Philia, next to the helm. You see one of them poke through the floor like inches away from your foot.
Can you, Philia, can you fly us over the city?
By this point, you are passing over the city wall on the southern
You don't-
side.
Philia, could you make this machine like head towards one of those infernal beasts or undead fiends? Well, okay. Well, yes, I know, but maximum damage, if you understand.
The ship is still functional.
Yeah, she stepped out of the room. I can't hear half this conversation.
Oh,
Because I usually keep her mic muted. Hold on. You know what? I'll
okay.
I have your mic muted, I don't have mine.
So look,
Yeah,
this
the
is
ship is still functional. I mean,
this
it's
is
not. You
what I
don't
s-
notice it's having any trouble
You-
flying. It's all
you
cosmetic
aim-
damage.
You aim the ship at one of those monsters. I'll put a delay fireball on it, and then boom, the monster goes down. And then, I mean, we could all just float down to the city. We don't need this contraption anymore. I hate these fucking...
How about we just land this, because we'll still need some means of getting back.
I was like, not entirely up for that plan, but yes, that's, yeah.
We can travel the spans of the universe. We can travel through the astral sea and through the cosmos, and you want to take this infernal contraption everywhere you go?
I don't have a means of travel like that, Velastros.
I do.
Yes, but you...
Unless you want to go on ahead on your own.
You also got a lot of your shit on that ship too.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, we have Velastros, that's not the best idea.
I'm just going to say, why don't we check in here and get some general information. We're not too far off, I'm assuming, Paragon, right? From where we need to
You're within minutes of landing. I mean, if even that, you can probably be on the ground. If you just go for a quicker landing, you can be on the ground in 30 seconds to a minute.
be? From the city or from the other place that we need to go?
From where you are right now. No, from the other place you need to go, that's about 10 miles. But
Can
While
we
we're-
just check in for a moment?
We do not need to be on the ship when we go to the lich.
Fine. You can land the ship, but I'm throwing as many fireballs as I can. And I'm just gonna start lobbing fireballs a mile away.
okay.
I can get 4 more fireballs a mile away. And they're all cast at 7th level.
If you want to use 4, well, you don't have. Do you? You don't. Wait. How do
The
you gonna
staff.
cast 4? Oh, okay.
All
Just
the fireballs from the
roll-
staff are instant cast.
I'm
at
not gonna
7th.
have, because I'm not gonna roll like 100 dexterity saves. I'm just gonna say they all hit. Just roll damage once at 7th level. I'll just say you do the same
Shit,
damage. At
what
level
is
4
that?
of
Like 12d6 or something? What's
Think
that?
so.
Level
Hey,
3 is 8.
Hey,
yeah,
Gavin,
So 12. Yeah, what's up?
how many dead bodies are within 60 feet of me?
A lot.
Okay, animate dead.
Well, they're
I think it
already
only works on
animated.
one. Yeah, they're already animated.
There's
No,
a
no,
difference
no.
between a corpse and undead.
No, I'm talking like corpses. I'm talking like dead bodies.
Oh, like dead humanoid bodies?
Yeah, like dead humanoid
Actually,
bodies.
surprisingly few. You don't know any near you right now. You do see that there is a very systematic method, which absolutely reeks of Vicmorn, of people traveling around with healing potions, and there is a squad that is specifically dedicated to extraction, where if somebody were to take fire or somebody were to be injured, they can have them down off that wall within seconds and immediately be giving healing to them.
You suck. Well, okay.
And you recognize that as Vicmorn's military gene.
Hmm? No, I knew who it
And
would
so you do notice there is an infirmary or an area for the wounded, but you see very little done there.
be. As in, there's very few people wounded?
You see that there are some soldiers who are kind of bleeding, but there's some clerics over there as well as people administering potions to them. So they're doing a pretty good job, it seems, of limiting casualties.
So we've landed, we're like checked in now.
Oh yeah. So somebody walks up to you and he is wearing the garb of the Dark Sun, but you don't recognize him. You take it he's likely a newer recruit. Human in appearance, scraggly kind of appearance, dark hair, thick black beard, long black hair. Human about 6 foot tall. Comes up to you with a battle axe. Real casual stroll, walks over to you and it says, "Ah, see your kin. Welcome to the fun. Thanks for joining. You must be Shiziki. They told me about you. You're Shiziki." And he immediately stands at attention and salutes you. "Sergeant, glad for you to join us. Having a blast." He seems to be out of breath, almost like he just got out of the fray. He's like, "We've been besieged by these things for the last 2 days since we got here, but Vicmorn's got us rotating out. He has I'm on B shift. They have me protecting the walls for about 8 hours. We all rotate out. It's a party, I'm telling you. Lots of ale, having a blast. Thanks for joining us, though.
So
Vicmorn will want to see you."
Did my 4 fireballs do anything?
Oh yeah, you notice there's a big gaping hole, about 4 of them, where a lot of bodies of these things are just kind of burnt to a crisp.
Sweet.
Hey, kid, point me to the
Maximum
command
damage.
tent.
Well, they're the war room's over at the castle. Here, let me take you there. And you see signs that are basically like in a lot of the structures of the internal parts of the city. You see a sign that's leading to the
Sign that's leading to the what?
Jade Palace.
Okay.
So,
What was the name of the city? I'm sorry.
Galeberg.
Oh, this is straight up Galeberg. Okay, I thought we were going to somewhere else before. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Sorry.
No, this is Galeberg.
All right, and how does the city look as a whole? Like, is it like in
You
shambles?
see that
Is
there's
it-
the inside of the city is actually, you see that there are definitely some buildings that were demolished. And you know that they were attacked suddenly and they didn't have reinforcements immediately. You take it that that's old. I mean, nothing's smoldering or anything, and there's just some general damage around. Like you see scattered throughout the city, just some of these spikes that you notice. This not in a great concentration, but kind of scattered about. The inn, which you see is, let's see, what is the inn called? It is called Cyclonus Stand, or Cyclonus's Stand. That looks like it has some damage, but you see that there are wounded troops that are kind of being led and carried by like a gurney for people into this inn. You do notice that you see a big pot that looks like it's just some general food, and various tables with different armies. You notice this Thalassian military at one, and you notice what looks like basically samurais sitting at another, where the rest of the atmosphere is very somber. You then see the table of the Dark Suns, and they are laughing and cheerful, clanking glasses. It's like they're having the time of their life.
Is there anything undead around Paragon or?
Not at this moment, no.
Okay.
Hey, Aaron, are you trying to find someone dead? Or
No,
Paragon?
that would be me.
All right. Hang
I
tight.
need dead bodies.
Hang tight.
As many of them as you can give.
I don't know about getting you a lot, but hang tight.
I mean,
I know how to work in these circles.
I
And
mean,
so-
I wouldn't cast anything to raise the dead in this city.
No.
I can feel the presence of the Brotherhood here.
And that's another presence you've seen as well. You see that at another one of these tables, you do notice some rather elegantly adorned with silver and gold shining armor of paladins and clerics wearing dark robes, like with black and gold accents. You see that as it's likely that would be the Brotherhood of Shield and Light.
Ah, maybe Dorian will be here.
It's possible. You're supposed to get called out here to begin with, but... Hey, Cilio?
Yes, Shiziki.
You're about to meet somebody that I really think you're gonna like. And everyone else here, if we're gonna go talk with the commander, just a little heads up. He's...
Oh, by the way, is
Okay.
Paragon getting a look from the Order
Hold
of
on
Shield and Light?
one second. Let Sean finish what he was saying, and then I'll Oh, anyway, what were you saying?
No, you know, I lost my train of thought. Go ahead.
Everyone here, best behavior. He can be quite stern.
He's a man that's earned his position, to say the least. So, I wouldn't say you necessarily have to tread lightly around him, but it would be smart to be respectful, because he's definitely earned it.
So this guard, which, or a member of the Dark Suns, he introduces himself to you. He says, "So, I'm a new recruit, only joined a couple months back. I don't think we've met, but it truly is a pleasure, sir. I've heard a lot about you."
Oh, what's your name, kid?
Dorn.
Sorry, what was that? You broke up.
D-O-R-N. Dorn.
Dorn. Well,
Yeah, I was part of the, what was the name of that guild? I was part of the Crimson Hydrus until, I was recruited. I saw an ad and, made my way over to their headquarters.
do I know who the
Nice place
Crimson
you got over
Hydras
there.
are?
You know what Hydras are, yeah.
Okay.
You've heard of the Crimson Hydras. It's a smaller group, but
Gotcha.
I mean they're reputable. But it was definitely a step up getting into the Dark Suns.
Gotcha. You made the right choice there, kid.
Oh, and I'm having a blast here. The environment here, it's your guys. Their attitude is infectious. While everybody else is all somber and they're celebrating. They're jovial. It's not even like they're afraid to go into battle.
Because they're not. This is what we came here to do.
It's truly something to be admired, and I can tell that I am growing as a mercenary myself. They, just this attitude of knowing you could face your death tomorrow, and still not having a care in the world.
Excuse me, boy child.
Dawn.
We have important... Yeah, that's what I said. We have important matters to discuss with the commander. Can you please just escort us there and then be on your way?
Yes, I apologize. I'm just really excited to meet you, Suzy.
Yes, you should be. But you should go tell your other allies that Shiziki is here to reclaim the day. Now, hurry.
So he makes his way up, and you see the Jade Palace was named as such very appropriately, as it almost has a crystalline appearance to it, with this rocky green exterior. It still carries along a lot of the same architecture, very feudal Japanese, but it is rather large. You see a couple of samurai standing at the entrance, and they salute as you walk in, and continue walking. They don't seem to stop you. They take notice of you, and you're led to this room. Now, what you see standing in this room, for one, you see Dorian Stormbringer, but you also see a silver dragonborn, about 6.5 feet tall, various scars across his face, somewhat stern demeanor, and they actually seem to be in the middle of a meeting right now. You walk in and it says, and you just hear talk of an assault on the phylactery as you hear him speak up. The phylactery is located roughly 3 miles to the north. However, it is far too fortified, and anytime we attempt to approach, that aura overtakes. However, my forces have noticed that when they are under assault, it becomes easier to infiltrate Zevriok's strong. However, and then Vicmore kind of interrupts him, and you hear him speak up. That is already being handled. We fortify our position here. This is a game of attrition. We will find a task force. They will go retrieve the relic from Zevriok's stronghold. It is at this time that whenever we assault the necropolis, we will then assault the what the fuck did I call it? Thing that a lich's soul goes to, phylactery. We will then assault the phylactery, but not until then. Your urgency is understood, but not necessary. We have a stronghold here. Any rush that we may take, any hasty action, may drop everything that we have built here. We will continue to fortify our position. They will slip up. We will find an opening. We've already found 7 throughout the course of this. While he may be a lich, he is not infallible.
He will be a dead lich.
As they all take notice of you when you walk in, and Vicmorn says, Shiziki.
Sounds like you
Good to
need
see
a
you.
task
You've been rather
force.
busy.
I mean,
Sir?
By the way, is Paragon getting any eyes because of he's technically undead?
Not technically. You're a divine revenant. You don't count as an.
And right now you're with me. You're fine.
I mean, to be technical, and to speak on technicalities, Lich is already dead. So to kill them while they're dead would thus make them undead. Or so it may seem.
The lich will fall. I can guarantee that.
It's good to see
First.
you too, sir. And I'll go ahead and give him a salute.
He just says, "Be at ease, Sergeant." Now tell me, who are these allies that you have brought here with you?
Acquaintances, sir.
Useful
Is there-
comrades.
Is there a chair anywhere?
Not really. They're all just kind of standing around a table. You see there's the map on the table pretty standard war room with various figurines placed on it and various markings drawn in like red ink. And then he continues talking, and he looks over at Grand Knight Duncan, and he says, keep in mind that we were here for days before you ever arrived, with none of your magical protections. And our casualties were in the single digits on our end. I know what I'm doing, and I know how to fight a war of attrition.
Who's speaking?
Let's wait for them to slip up. This is Vicmorn.
Okay, gotcha.
And at this point, Grand Knight Duncan looks at him and says, "You know, you claim to have a lot of knowledge about warfare, but we have knowledge on the undead. To continue dismissing me is irresponsible," he says. "I do not dismiss your counsel on undead. I admit you have more knowledge on their nature than I do, but I know how to fight a war. And all wars are the same." And you notice that, who hasn't spoken yet, in a throne at the very end, you see a yellowish-green pigmented air ganassi. She has long, flowing green hair. Looks she's wearing sort of a kimono.
Why is it all the royals in this game are females?
Dude, they haven't been females. Like, in the last city, she was a royal by marriage. He was the Blood King.
Mm-hmm.
Prior to that, the Human King was male.
Gavin's just sex.
And then prior to that, the Primralty King was also male. He just happened to have a daughter. There's been like one other female royal by blood so far. If anything, I started adding female royals because I hadn't added enough.
Mm-hmm.
As you were saying, Gavin.
Anyway, she says, "Vicmorn, would you care to introduce who is obviously your compatriot?" And he says, yes. "This is a sergeant in my force. Been off doing some freelance work for a while, but he is skilled. He is trustworthy. His name is Shiziki Belrook. And Shiziki, this is Empress Karugine Shotogast, their current leader and queen on the throne." And she looks at you and says, "It's a pleasure to make all of your acquaintances. What about the rest of you? Tiefling, what is your name?"
My name is Philia.
"It's very nice to meet you. And how about the rest of you?"
Aaron Black. This is my compatriot Solomon.
A construct. See something interesting every day.
Solomon, say hi.
"Why, hello." As he says literally nothing more than you asked him to.
Thank you, Solomon. My name is Paragon.
You're rather broody. Anyway,
Well, I'm kind of on a mission.
And this is Cilio and Zygoth.
Zygoth, he looks at her, he goes, the, and you see she's rather attractive.
Of course she is. See what I mean? Sexist.
You also see somebody I forgot to mention that's around this table. You see what looks to be a male moon elf with long dark hair, wearing dark black robes, and he seems to be bickering with Dorian and Grand Knight Duncan, saying, "All your forces have done since I arrived here is criticize us for our use of necromancy. But is it not I who invented this?" And he holds a bit of ice and he says, "You simply point this at a weaker undead and it dies. Is it not I who invented the relic that will get us into the necropolis? But you continue to be ungrateful. This is a place for civility."
So, let me ask something, great necrolite mage, and Valastrios will step closer to him. How do you point it at an undead and it dies? Isn't it already dead?
If I must spell it out for you, it rips the life essence from their being.
They have
And
no
they
life
fall.
essence. They are powered by arcane magics of dark
It
power.
rips the essence that keeps them alive, which makes it life essence. It rips the essence that keeps them animated. Must I spell everything out? Is everybody here incompetent?
No, we get it.
You're an inventor, huh?
He's just
No, he is not an inventor, but broad.
I am a necromancer.
That's what
and
I
I
just
have
said.
done much to assist
have
this
not-
effort, and I demand some respect.
Not done anything.
See, to gain respect, you must earn respect.
Well, that's not true.
Yes, it is true. Traveling with these companions of mine, I've learned to gain their respect, I must earn it. It's been a while. But you are much like the beast over there, that you demand it. You demand people to take your orders. But you do not have their respect nor their trust.
That goes both ways, for by their constant criticisms
No.
and incivility, they have not earned mine.
Yes.
And Grand Knight Duncan looks at him and says, "You manipulate corpses." He says, "For a greater end, and it's all with permission from the crown. I break no laws." It's
And
like,
what are
you
the
break
laws
the
of the
laws
gods?
of the gods. He literally was saying the same thing.
Yeah, Velasquez and him said the same time.
It is not, but for a greater end.
See,
Hey, Dorian.
and-
Long time no see, man.
Paragon steps forward and goes, "See, the law of my order is everything undead, and everything to do with the undead must be rid of. So,
Excuse me, Commander.
Yes, Shiziki.
Instead of debating the morality of what it is that we're doing out here, can we discuss what the actual plan of action is?
And Artigan then looks at him and says, "And don't even get me started on you. What good is there of the nation if it is left bankrupt afterwards? 100,000 gold a day for you to keep a kingdom from annihilation. They would be ruling over a pile of rags, assuming they survive." And he looks at him and says, "Artigan, hold your tongue, for you have made many threats." And he says, "I will rip your soul from your body if you speak with me with disrespect again." He looks at him and says, "You'll be cleaved in two before you ever cast the incantation. Do you not know what it means to run an organization? For if we were to not charge for this, how would we buy our weapons? How would we keep ourselves running? If you think this is a threat, and we do not have the resources to help the next city, we have already given the crown a very stock discount. For 5,000 of our troops here, I am only charging her 100,000 gold a day. That is barely enough that it would cost to replace our weapon. And yet you claim that I have greed. Hold your tongue before I cut it out. Do you understand?" It's like, "You make many threats." And he's like, "And I followed up on many as well. Learn your place."
Paragon pulls his hammer and goes, "You can cut it off. You can cut it with this. I'd like to see you do it."
I already have my own weapon. As you notice, he has a Holy Avenger on his back.
Yeah, but this thing's mean. This thing's mean.
And then Karugini speaks up and says, "This mindless bickering accomplishes nothing."
I'm like, stay out of that.
And then you see kind of step out from behind the Artigan. See another moon elf. This one is female.
Mm-hmm.
And long white hair, kind of tattered black robes. You notice she has kind of some bony, obviously not made of actual bone, but little plates on her shoulders that are meant to kind of emulate that design. And she says, "Uncle, if I might, this really is not the place. I understand, well, how you are." And he just says, "Mind your tongue. You may be my niece, but you are just another member. Learn your place." He's like, "Uncle, my place is at your side. You brought me with you here for a reason."
Can I pause for half a second here? I'm getting a little lost. How many people are in this room aside from our
So
group?
you've got this high elf, you've got Artigan, you've got Dorian, you have Grand Knight Duncan, you've got Vic Morn Valinor, and you have the Queen. That would be 6 people on the War Council. Actually, that would be 7, because you also see another air.
I want to go up and shake Duncan's hand.
As Dorian? Or
No,
as
it's
Velasquez?
Velasquez.
It's like, and who might you be?
It is nice to meet you again, Lord Duncan of the Brotherhood.
Again? What do you mean again? This is metagame.
Yeah, well, I'm playing it off.
Is like, have we met before?
And I'll turn away and go up to the Necrolite and go to shake his hand. And you, it is under these circumstances, it is delightful to see another powerful mage. And I'll go to shake his hand.
He shakes your hand and says, and what is your school of expertise?
Arcane.
Well, that's rather vague.
And he'll walk away from him and go to the Queen.
You see the samurai kind of start to draw his sword, and she says, "It's all right." Let me look up his name. It is Shinobasa Tanada. So she says, "It's okay, Shinobasa."
I'm gonna write all these down later on. Let me mark the time.
You asked for our name and proper titles. My name is Valastrios. I am the Archmage and the last of the Magi. Before you, you have the 7 deadly sins as one of the members you have already met. My time here is precarious timing, and it is only by circumstance and the will of the gods. I am only here because Galim sees it be so.
Well, consider me charmed. In order to make your acquaintance. I care not what your reasons are. We could use all the help we can get. So thank you for your presence.
I want to just step up to the commander.
All right.
Oh, by the way, Valastrios does not bow.
Okay. It's noted. Didn't see that it was definitely noted by Shinobasa, but he doesn't do anything.
Yeah, good. Because I'll be quick to inform what happened to the last guard that wanted to talk shit. Went to sleep.
Well, night-night.
Excuse me, Commander.
Yes, of course, Sergeant.
I see you have a mixed bunch here, and I mean no disrespect, but I would like to report a few things to you or to the council here, if I may.
You may speak freely.
I understand that we're new to the situation at hand, at least at first glance here, but we have been gathering some intel from various members, but it is definitely trustworthy information. We've discovered through various means that there's actually a location that's about 10 miles away up in the northwest here that has an item that'll actually help us assist in dealing with the Lich. Also, I'm aware that I think everyone here is about the Lich's phylactery that needs to be dealt with. I would like to suggest, if I may, sir, if you would allow us to be able to go ahead and replenish our supplies and possibly take an evening's rest here, we could head off in the morning. Go and try and retrieve this item, which I have more information about if anybody is curious. But as you're talking about possibly distracting them, we could use that item, we could move from there and go ahead and try and attack the Lich directly. Us taking more of a backseat route, while if there's any more attack or anything else going on that could keep them distracted, we might be able to go ahead and make our move.
I like it. That was the basis of our plan. But are you suggesting being on this task force?
I am. You know me. I'm a bit more inclined to handle things in a bit more of a subterfuge manner.
have my permission. However, the resources here are rather depleted. However, we're
I
giving
only
a
need just basic resources, sir. Just the basics.
We have a steady stream of potions being crafted. Some of the best potion makers from the surrounding kingdoms are constantly at work, making healing potions. If they have any spares, they will be told to give them to you.
Well, we also have a few people that are able to craft as well. If they could be able to use some of the tools and everything here, I think would be very beneficial.
We'll see what we can scrounge up. However, I've measured the trends. The level at which potions are required to keep casualties at a minimum is sustaining. We are using them about as quickly as they are crafted, but we always have them when we need them. That's why I believe our position here is fortified. The Lich will slip up.
And I'll move in a little bit. And on a personal note, I've sent a few things that I meant to mail to you directly back in Angaria. But I'll give that. That may be a conversation me and you need to have. I was going to actually hire some people for a few tasks, but if at all possible, when this is settled down a bit, maybe I can give you more of an official request about that face to face.
Of course, Jaziki. And on a more personal note, it is good to see you.
Likewise, sir. And I'll hold out my hand to shake it.
And he shakes your hand back. Very strong grip. By the way, just describing this character to everybody that doesn't know, is what looks to be an elderly, half-elven individual with gray hair, thick beard. He's wearing the traditional Dark Sun's armor, very dark, very angular features, spikes, with the Dark Sun symbol that almost kind of looks like an eclipse across the chest of it. He has a very, very large greatsword thrown across his back. And you notice he has an eye patch and scars on pretty much every bit of visible flesh that you can see. This is a man that's seen some battle and come out on top. He has a haggard appearance, but you would never gather it from his demeanor. And there is not an ounce of fear or any shake in his resolve that you guys can pick up at all.
Is there a place for us to be able to take a rest nearby?
There is a barracks, and also we've converted some of the local residences into locations to house soldiers as well. There's obviously quite a few soldiers who may need rest, who may need medical attention. So every spare building in the city has been devoted to that resource.
And what of the women and the children that are still here?
They are fortified in a lower level of the Jade Palace. They're safe.
Why would you not just teleport them out? Safety.
Because there is a very limited capacity to which we can do so. While the Necrolites may be here, there are some who have been evacuated, but much of their magical resources are devoted towards fending those things off, referring to the larger behemoths. But evacuation attempts are being made in the greatest capacity where it is effective to do so, though by my calculation, you can only get roughly 100 citizens out of here a day without putting them past a point to where the army forces may gain some ground.
One last thing, sir. Well, if it's all the same to you, I think we'll be staying in the barracks, since that seems to be where most people are. If you have any other further word or instruction to send me, send it there. I think we'll be best off if we head out in the morning, first thing. But one last request. If we're going to head this task force in there, could I recruit somebody to take with us?
At this point, when you say that, this Moon Elf speaks up, the female Moon Elf, and says, "I would like to be on this task force." And Art again speaks up and says, "You will do no such thing. Every force that has attempted to infiltrate Zevriok's stronghold has not come back. I will not send my niece to her death." She says, "Uncle, I can get them there with my knowledge of the undead. I can tell them there, no problem. I can get them there safely. I will be useful. I swear." He says, "Mithra, you will do no such thing."
If I may inquire, leader of... What is your title?
Grand Overseer,
Yeah, Grand Overseer of...
the Necrolytic Order.
Yeah, that's really long. What's your name again? I'm sorry, I'm old.
Archmage Artigan.
Artigan. Archmage is kind of a lengthy title for somebody who has not achieved it yet. But anyways, Archmage Artigan, I assure you that what if your niece was in the presence of another Archmage? Would you allow her to go?
I will not send my niece to her death.
Where are
if
you
you
now, Archmage Matagan? Are
She
you not
says,
surrounded by death?
I can do this, and I can be of great use to them. I promise. I know I can. And then he says, I lost your father at a young age. My brother died when you were just nothing but a small child. I would be betraying him to let you go. And she says, well, I hate to take this stance, but Uncle, you're not stopping me. I'm going.
So I know I can't cast divination magic, but can I cast telekinesis?
Yes, you could cast telekinesis.
Hey guys, I'm going to bed. I gotta be up at 4 a.m.
Alright, man.
Right.
Okay,
See you
I just wanted to know.
Yep. Night.
But anyway, he says to her, "You have your mother's arrogance. Fine, if I cannot stop you. Allow me to deliver the news to your daughter that her mother died." It's like, my daughter is specifically why I have to go. If our stand falls here, Thalassia is next. I must protect her. Then you just see her mutter under his breath. Let's not talk about the circumstances of this daughter.
Awkward.
She looks over at you, Velasquez. She looks over at you, Velasquez, and look up her character sheet. My name is Mithra Duskwhisper. And it would be honored to accompany you to Zevriok's stronghold.
Welcome to the team.
Wh-
Sir-
What was your name again, child?
Mithra.
Thra. Ah, what was your full name?
Duskwhisper.
I'm gonna pull out my book that I not my spell book, but my book that I've been writing everything in. And I'm gonna look over at Aaron and be like, "See, this is why the Archmage keeps notes." And he'll flip through his pages, be like, "Mithra, Mithra. Ah, yes. Gleam said she would be coming with us." And he'll snap his book closed and put it back in his coat.
She kind of whispers in your ear, "Is it true that you are a magi?"
Whispers in my ear. She doesn't get that close to.
She walks up to try to.
Whoa.
Yeah. Then I step away from her. "Do not touch me, child."
Easy, Velasquez. I don't think she meant anything by it.
These children. I should have slept for another 200 years and then seen how the world out.
Wouldn't be here. Anyway,
Check
So-
your DM, Gavin.
okay.
I'll let you take a look at that, but then
Can I RP Dorian while we're here?
I've been wondering why you haven't been the whole time.
Oh, well, if Dorian hears that this feeble young chick is going, he's gonna be like, "Duncan, if this little girl is going, then so am I."
I assumed as much. I was already counting on you being on the task force.
Well, you didn't tell me that.
I didn't have to, as you can see.
Well, it's settled then. I will take up my own initiative, and I will go on to the task force.
Let's see, how many people get on this task force now?
A lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna see if I could get Ginzo to come, but we got like a shit ton of people now. Let's see, it's me, Felia, Velastros,
All of the task force.
Duncan,
Oh,
Aaron.
Duncan's not going.
Oh, I'm sorry, not Duncan. I meant Dorian. What did I say? Oh well. So that's
You said
me,
I heard Dorian.
Felia. Yeah, sorry. Me, Felia, Dorian, Velastros, Aaron, Paragon, Ciliel. I'm not gonna take Zai. So that's 7. And then we got this girl here. That's 8 people for a task force. That is a.
Sweet. That's one boss fight. That's
And I'm
gonna last
sure
7.5
I'm already
hours.
losing people out of all this.
Right. Shit.
All right.
I specifically wanted you guys to have a bigger task force. I'm hoping
Well, if
nobody
that's-
dies.
If that's the case,
So many voices.
Commander, I wasn't really having her in mind, but Ginzo, I think you might make a good addition to this. Would I be able to bring him along?
Ah, Ginzo. It is both good and, well, rather sad to meet him again. He is missed within the Dark Suns, but currently I have him tasked with those larger beasts. As you know, he's a rather good shot. He's been doing quite well at preventing their approach upon the city.
If he's needed here, I understand. I just thought I might ask.
But I wish I could send him with you. His skill would be useful, I know it would be, but we need him here.
One other thing, and I know I keep saying that, but I truly do, and then I keep remembering one other thing I needed to ask him. I'm sure that you already have a plan of action already in mind and preventative measures, but what are we doing with our deceased, if I might ask?
The deceased are being immediately brought from the battlefield, as we noticed early on that those behemoths will absorb corpses nearby. Now, it doesn't seem to work against their kin, but if it is a humanoid corpse, they can use it to replenish themselves and become stronger. So they are immediately being brought from the battlefield.
The clerics of the Brotherhood of Light have been casting spells upon the dead bodies and the fallen allies to prevent turns of undead, and means of doing so.
Yes, the Brotherhood has been quite useful, unlike a certain person in our company.
Who wants to
appreciate our
raise the
resources.
dead and use our own corpses against the enemy?
It is called efficiency.
It is called desecration.
Once again, being ungrateful for the aid that the Necrolytic Order has been able to offer here. Why do we even assist? Karagini looks over the group and says, "Are you all done? Just wanted to make sure." And Artigan looks back at her and says, "Yes, we're done. We are more than done."
Yeah, I'm just gonna give another salute and I'll take my leave.
One
Alright.
more thing.
He looks over at you, Vicmore. May Tempest's fortune guide you in battle.
And you as well, sir.
And he turns back to the war table.
Fantastic.
What is that other archmage's name again?
Talking about the
the
Artigan or his niece?
Artigan and Mithras?
Mithra is
Mithra.
the...
It's
the girl that's with us.
Mythra.
I will, I'm gonna like kind of do a quick head nod to Mithra to follow me out as I go out.
Okay. She follows you out.
And Velastrius will go with Artigan.
Artigan stays in the room.
Oh, well, he wants to stay with Artigan.
Okay.
Alright, I'm stepping out with whoever's coming with me, and whoever's staying in the room can do their thing, and then we'll pick up on
And then-
my side.
And then Dorian will ask Duncan for leave, and he will leave with Shiziki.
Okay. So as soon as you guys get out of the doorway and out of earshot, Mithra says, "You know that commander of yours speaks quite highly of you."
Well, I try, but it's good to know that he thinks that highly of me, though. He's a good man.
I apologize for my uncle. I really do. He can be a bit brash.
That's all right. Everybody has somebody like that in the family, an odd uncle or two.
But I'm sure you've already assumed this, but I'm a necromancer myself, but I do not take raising of the dead quite as lightly as my uncle does. And when I am done with them, they are immediately dismissed.
Hey ho, what do you know? I think I know somebody that's just like that.
And who might that be?
You're looking at him.
Well, it is an honor to meet you. Shiziki, was it?
Shiziki Belrook.
So we depart at dawn.
That would be the case. Let me ask you, since you seem to have been out here a bit, do you, in all honesty, think you're going to be able to handle yourself? This is not going to be anything easy.
I know that I must assist. The city cannot fall. I have someone that I care about greatly back in Thalassia.
And are you prepared? Are you armed and armored? Do you have whatever supplies you are going to need?
I do not mean to speak arrogantly, but I know a thing or two about spellcraft. Quite proficient at it. Though my uncle might be a little corrosive, he's a good teacher. I promise you I will not disappoint.
Well, we'll be at the barracks. Leave with us in the morning, and please make sure you're as efficiently prepared as possible.
Frankly, I tire of the atmosphere in the Jade Palace. If you would not mind, I would prefer to accompany you over to the barrack.
Do as you please. More the merrier, I would say.
And by the way, he looks at you, Philia. It's very nice to meet you. It's Philia, right? So what does your power lie? What is your area? I feel like, she says, what was your area of expertise? And then she continues to say, I feel like if we're gonna be part of this task force, it would behoove us to have an intimate knowledge of each other's capabilities.
I glance over and got my light.
Sean's mic on.
Oh.
I was like, whoops. So I lean over and eyeball Shiziki. I'm like, at this point, I'm still definitely not an expert of anything, but I don't even have a preference on anything. But I'm pretty good at my range attacks.
She's very capable.
Are you powerful?
I can be, yes. But I'm still new at the whole battle thing, so I'm not to be 100% relied on, but I am most definitely fantastic assistance.
Don't sell yourself short there, Philia. I've seen you destroy and decimate countless forces.
I do like my Vitrolic Spear.
I'm just saying.
That's a good spell.
I was like,
With an
it's
army
mine.
out there, your Earthquake could probably just completely demolish many of the ground forces.
My preferred spell is Circle of Death, but it seems to be slightly ineffective against these forces. So I've been rather fond of Crown of Stars myself lately.
Oh, I used to know that one. It came in handy quite a few times.
Indeed it has done for me as well, though Sickening Radiance is another spell that I know, as well as Immolation.
That's one of my favorites right there, Sickening Radiance. I think me and you will be two peas in a pod.
So
counting
Dorian
on it.
is still standing there, and he
Dorian,
looks like
you son of a bitch! How you been?
he is
Okay.
fuming that no one has announced, acknowledge his presence.
Hey, I said hi in the room over there. I don't know if you noticed, but I said hello.
He did.
I didn't hear
He
you.
did say hello. He did.
There's like 1,000 grumpy old men in there.
Dorian, where the hell have you been?
Where
I
have
realize
you been?
Beard, I've been listening to them bicker since I got here.
Yeah, I couldn't take it for 5 minutes. I don't know how you've been doing it for however long you have.
Well,
Poor bastard.
because I've been living in the royale politiques my whole life. Just gotta know when to be quiet and when to be boisterous.
You know, before I forget, I actually have a welcoming gift of seeing you again. And I'm going to take out my, reach in my bag, I'm going to take out the mithril armor. I remember you saying, at one point, I think it was back in Primality, that you wanted some mithril armor. I happened to come across this, and I thought, who else would want this? Let me go and get this for Dorian in case I see him again.
He'll take it, and he'll look it over. He'll be like, "By Reorx, this is Dwarven made." And
Yeah,
Gavin,
it is.
I was gonna say, shut the fuck up, because that's what Dorian is saying, and he is the expert on blacksmithing.
You know what? Sure. As far as I care, I don't care where it came from. Sure, it's Dwarven made now. It's
Absolutely. Why not?
He's gonna take it and be like, And it's +1 mithril, right?
+2.
yeah, plus
It is
two
a +2
Ooh.
mithril chain mail. It's not plate.
Gavin, what's the on chainmail? 16?
Let's see.
Because that would bring it up to the same as my plate.
Yeah, the only reason it couldn't match mine was because I have +1 plate armor.
See, I don't think Dorian has +1 plate on. Well, yeah, I think he has
Yeah, his
+1
is
plate.
+1.
Then it's not going to be able to match yours because that's the same issue that I was having with mine.
It would be a base AC of 18, but you would no longer have like disadvantaged stealth checks. It has no strength requirement, even though if it did, you'd be fine. But
Yeah.
it would a base AC of 18, where your plate would have an AC. I mean, your AC would drop by 1, but it would depend if you
Yeah.
want the trade-off or not.
That would mean that me and Shiziki, well, me baseline would have the same AC as Shiziki in his shadow form. I would drop to like 14 AC.
Or 24, you mean?
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, he'll take it. What color is it?
It is pale white. It's like it definitely has a metallic tinge to it, but you would know that mithril even more pale than silver, to the point of almost being white.
Definitely needs a new paint job, but that's nothing I can't do. Stain the metal here and there, and then he'll kind of rub across the chest piece. Yes, I could probably put the symbol of Kellenborg here whenever I have time. It'll take about a day, but we don't have that right now. Shiziki, we must speak. War is getting ridiculous.
I'm seeing that. I'm seeing it very apparently from that council.
Now, do you... What was that child's name that we freed in Primrolty, and then we met him as an adult over in the tournament?
Oh, you don't remember? He looked at you like a hero. It was Thelvorn.
I don't remember. Oh, Theli.
Yeah, old Theli.
Oh, anyway, do you remember what he said? We have to go get an artifact so that way we can go to the necropolis. I've been trying to tell them for days now and weeks that they can't just walk into the necropolis, but they keep they've sent like 3 squads of scouts out there. None have returned, not even a single message.
I know. I was picking things up and I threw them in my pocket. I forgot.
Sorry.
Whoops.
I'm multitasking doing laundry, and I just found dry erase board.
Yeah,
Very
I
good.
threw some dry erase markers in my pocket at one point in time, and then I took those pants off and threw them on the floor, and she threw them in the wash. So we got some very clean dry erase markers.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
They still work?
No.
Okay.
Probably not, but you know. She
Hot
just threw
water.
them in here, and she was just like, came in here holding them up and like, what the fuck? And I'm like, oh, I know what happened with those. Whoops.
Pens, quarters.
This is what I didn't have a
Screws,
chance.
nuts,
Like
bolts.
when you pick up the clothes on the floor, which is like 90% of my clothes, you
They
have to
were in
check
the
the
basket.
pockets because I just take them off. I don't actually take the things out of the pockets first, unless they're in the laundry basket, which 95% of my stuff is not in the laundry basket. Marriage.
See, that's why
So
I
I'm
keep
what's in the laundry basket, and
I call it a pocket basket, near my front door. So every time I walk into the front door, I empty out all of my pockets into the pocket basket,
It's a
separate
cut-
everything where it goes.
By the way, Dorian, Mithra looks at you and says, "Look, I realize our respective orders do not quite see eye to eye. But I hope we can be cordial for this. We need to cooperate."
I put a hand on her shoulder.
What is?
Dorian's a bit more understanding than most of those knuckleheads in there. Me and him came to an agreement some time ago. I think he can be a bit more receptive to what it is that you've been trying to say.
What does she look like again?
Long white hair about down to about to her waist. She's wearing kind of dark brown, almost black robes with like a bony structure on the left shoulder. You also notice that she has a tattoo across her left hip as well as across her right forearm that seem to have a magical glow to them. Her hair is kind of braided. In some places, but the main takeaway feature is that it is extremely about to her waist. Very pale skin, blue eyes, pretty standard moon elf appearance.
Oh, she's a moon elf. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, my lady, we're gonna be on this together. Then I hope that we can put our differences aside. I've already spoke to Killenvor on these matters. And I know what the old mage said inside, but Killenvor also spoke to me about you as well. He said you would be needed in this adventure that we are to partake upon. So it looks like we not only have one, but two gods that want you in their favor.
Well, it's rather flattering to know that gods believe that I can be of some use. I will do my best to not let you down. And she says that last line in Dwarvish. Which is news to you that she speaks Dwarvish.
Dorian gets a what is it? Not flustered, but
Twitter page.
I have
Good way to
no
put
idea.
it.
I have no idea. Wait, what did you say?
You are Twitter-pated. You
What
are
does that mean?
Twitter-pated to the max.
Twitter pated.
It's when you yeah.
When it's
Some of the
springtime
temperature.
and lows in the air, all
And
the
your
leaves
heart
get
goes a
Twitter
pitter patter. It's when you're Twitter-pated.
pated. You get flushed. Your cheeks get
Yeah,
all rosy red.
flush.
You're like,
That's
"Oh."
the word I was looking for. Flush. Twitter pated. I just typed it into Google and a bunch of shit about Bambi just popped up.
Yeah. It's the wise owl. That's how it explains mating season. It's getting all Twitter pated.
Anyway, yeah, he turns a little flush at the last remark. You know, my lady, if you put some gold, maybe a scale on your, and then you turn the color black, it would look a lot more pleasing.
Well, these are traditional garments of my order.
Well, I know, but
I
I'm
have
just
to look
saying,
the
you know,
part.
if you ever wanted to discard your order and come to a higher order that actually worships a real god, I'm just saying, I'm just saying.
She chuckles and says, "We'll agree to disagree on this one."
Dorian, I don't know if y'all have really heard it, but he hasn't really spoken Dwarvish at all since we've been hanging out. Very, very select time.
But most of the time, I don't think any of us speak any other crazy languages because we just all speak common to each other. We don't run into people that don't speak our language very often.
Oh, also, a few things to notice. Dorian does not have his defender on him. He has his battle axe and his shield. He is not wearing his amulet of telepathy. Yeah, but other than that, yeah. He does have his satchel on him, but he just doesn't have his defender on him. Just not, or his satchel of 23 javelins on his back.
Alright.
But he does have his lightning javelin on his back, right next to his axe. His war
Okay.
axe.
You've got your just standard, like lesser, radiant enchanted battle axe on you.
Well, I mean, it is pretty godly. It's a pretty godly axe.
Oh,
If I do
it's a
remember-
good axe.
If I do remember, I went and got it sharpened, at the blacksmith and embroidered and cleaned up.
Yeah, and then you got a lesser
Daggerford.
enchantment on it when you were over in Geardale.
Gearsdale, yeah, Geardale. So it's a pretty godly looking axe, like gold etching on it, maybe some blood stains here and there.
Dorian,
Aye.
any chance you could show us around a quick minute? I'd like to go ahead and get some supplies, see if we can make a few things, prep some stuff before we head out in the morning.
Supplies are scarce, and it depends on which company you're with. If you're with the Moon Elves will only trade with the Moon Elves. The Black Suns are a little open, but their prices are a little steeper.
Dark Suns.
Yeah, that's what I said. The Brotherhood, on the other hand, well, I'm a member of the Brotherhood, and I can't really give you an opinion that's not biased. I think
She
they bring the...
speaks up and says, if I may, one of the Air Ganassi, alchemists, is actually, she's making a large number of the potions that we've been distributing to our troops here. Her name is Rizune. You may want to go speak with her.
Well, no offense there, miss, but I know Shiziki fairly well, and he was asking about the ale.
Ah.
And everybody knows that the Dwarvish ale from Stormhaven is the best ale, and the Brotherhood made sure to bring that in vast quantity.
I prefer a Moon Elven wine, but I digress.
Mood Elven wine? Why don't you just drink unicorn piss while you're at it?
Hey, Zai,
Yeah.
why don't you go ahead and get some Dwarven ale together and meet us back at the barracks?
Oh, by the way, he's been drooling over Mr. Time Sheet, you guys.
Zai!
Oh, god damn it! I completely forgot about that guy.
And she
Can't
says
believe
to
he
you
actually came
guys,
back.
be like, I'd say throw your dog a bone, but it appears he already has one.
Nyah, 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 nyah.
And he's like, what?
Zai,
Yeah, huh?
how about you go get some ale so that we can have a relaxed setting this evening with our company?
Oh, okay. Yes, yes.
Go
Okay.
get some good Dwarven ale the same time that Dorian here was talking about, and bring it back to the group over at the barracks.
Yes. Yeah.
There you go. Off you go now.
Right.
Off you go.
And as he's walking away, he clearly just like eyeing her up and down.
Eyeing who?
Mithra. She's like, do I need to
Alright,
get you a leash? As he walks
Gavin.
away.
I need you to unrelease my character sheet right now.
Oh yeah.
About to hit him with a smite.
She just says like, do I need to get you a leash? As he walks away.
Down, kitty. Down, kitty.
I wouldn't worry too much about that one. He hasn't been on this world too long.
He knows not.
I'm not even gonna pretend to know what that means.
Well, you see, a while back, Shiziki and the rest of us, Seven Deadly Sins, we were appointed as there's 6 founding members, maybe 9, can't remember. But there was a grand tournament in a different dimension, and we went out there, and it was a bunch of timey-wimey
We're having this
stuff.
conversation as we're walking along to wherever the shops and things are.
I explain my great successes and my valiant battle in the grand tournament. Just me though. Like when I explain it, it's just all my success.
Is Dorian flirting with Mithra?
No.
No?
Dorian just spreading his self-importance to everyone
Maybe.
he meets.
I don't
Maybe.
think Dorian even knows that he's flirting with Mithra.
It's like the most passive aggressive flirting you can think about.
And
Like-
she's just
Just terrible.
patronizing
There's,
you
like-
yes, so you're quite mighty. That's impressive. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Wow.
Shiziki, you remember that time we were in the underwater caverns underneath Primeralty and that giant boulder came rolling at me and I just picked it up and threw it off my shoulder?
It's true. It's
It was
exactly how he says.
And Look, Shaziki's the one with the gauntlets of ogre strength, and he can't even pick up a rock.
Can't do it. It's true.
So you're quite powerful. It's good that you're on this task force. It truly
Well, it's not my power that actually grants me all this strength. I have no... It's not me.
But it's
all in
Galeberg, right?
Yeah, it's all in the name of Kellenfor. He gives me my strength, he gives us our power, and he gives us faith and hope.
So you're quite a holy man.
now-
You truly are a great dwarf, Dorian.
Now Dorian starts to spiral in this religious, like, what do you call them? The guys that like knock on your door, like you have a second of our time to speak about our Lord and
Oh, the
Savior.
Mormons and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like,
Are you just
Jehovah's
going off like a
Witness.
televangelist?
Yeah, like a spiral televangelist, Kellenvor, the greatest of all the gods, the whole walk to the wherever we're going.
Yeah, and the whole time
So-
I'm just like, it's a turn here or turn here, and he's just like, oh,
And
blah, blah, blah.
as
just
he's
walking
going
off.
into this tangent, you catch at a point when Dorian isn't looking at her, but she catches your gaze. You see her kind of mouth this.
Yeah, I'm just going to kind of like hold up a finger for a second there. I'm going to put my hand on her back, and I'm going to make her invisible.
Okay.
Yeah, Dorian doesn't notice. Like, Gavin hasn't released my character sheet, but I think he has like
I did.
low.
I released your character sheet.
He has like super low passive perception, so he's just gonna keep talking while he's walking.
Yeah, dude, I released your character sheet as soon as you said to.
Oh, okay. Yeah, his passive perception is 11, so he's just gonna keep talking while he's walking to the barracks.
Okay.
I remember I dropped 2 points off of wisdom to give me only a +1.
So I'm assuming she kind of drops off, and then after she drops off for a second, I'll be like, "Oh, Dorian, I'm gonna catch up with you in a bit, but you keep on with what you're saying," and I'm gone.
Celia, how have you been?
And Celio's gonna come with me.
Yeah, Celio comes with you.
Oh no.
Allow me to speak about Kellenfor.
Do you have a minute of your time to speak about our Lord and Savior, the God of Death?
Not interested, no solicitors, please.
So at that point, I don't know if that's gonna keep going, but I'll with which side see where she kind of headed off to, and I'll meet back up with Mithra, with Ciliel, and if Feely wanted to follow.
Okay, where's Velastrios right now?
He was still in the room. I thought,
Check
in
your,
the War Council area.
Check your DMs. I sent you a message on what Velastrios was doing.
Okay, gotcha. As soon as you pop up, she says, I'd like to ask you about somebody. That, the wizard that you travel with.
Mm-hmm.
Who is he?
That is Velastrios. He is the last of the Magi.
Yeah, I heard him claim that, but they've been gone for over 1,000 years now.
You would think.
He does his point.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't shut up about it either.
Mm-mm.
I'll be honest, I can't give you a whole lot of info about Velastrios. I just, he's a recent addition to the group. He's definitely very capable, and he knows how to sling his spells, but as far as what his true interests are in the overall scheme of things, I couldn't tell you.
Just
He has a charisma of 7, okay? If he comes out like an asshole, just let him go. Alright? Let him off it.
She says, just if you see him before I do, just let him know I'd like to have a one-on-one conversation with him.
I'll tell you this, he's a big fan of personal space. He's like a cat in that way. If you approach him, he pulls back. If you wait for him to approach you, you might have a little bit more luck. But if you come straight at him and just try and whisper in his ear like I saw you do, you're not going to have a good time.
I understand that's a little odd.
Well, he's the last of the Magi. I think he's allowed to be a little odd.
It's kind of a shtick.
So,
Kind of his thing,
may I
right?
speak
Yeah.
freely about another reason why I wanted to go with you on this task?
Please, but I tell you what, let's walk and talk. Honestly, I'd like for Cilio to at least get some better armor and maybe some better clothing out here. It's a bit chilly. If you could just go ahead and lead us in town to where we can get some supplies.
Shivering this whole time. Of
Yeah.
course. I mean, there is an armory, and I'll take you to. Can't really even call it a potion shop at this point, but a potion storage.
And I'm gonna say Aaron's following us at this point because I'm sure he wants to make potions or something along the way, which is why I was asking about that
Yeah.
before.
So I do want Tony to be here before she has the discussion with you that she's about to have. In fact, I want specifically you and Tony to be here for the conversation that she's about to have, since you guys have the most mileage with the group so far of all people present.
Okay.
Yeah, I usually go to bed by
So, yeah.
Well, Dorian's off on his way to the barracks. Do we need to grab him?
This is something that if Dorian were to hear this, then cool. But this is something I want specifically, as in Sean and Tony, to know.
All right. Lay it on me there, Mithra.
I'll wait till Tony gets back.
Oh, I didn't know he stepped away.
Yeah, he stepped away. This is gonna be a little bit of backstory about certain things from earlier on. So, you know what? I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Give me like 30 seconds, and I'll be right back.
All right, I'm timing you.
All right.
See, and you never capture an orb. That's why you gotta get it when you can. Is there anything that you want to try and get over here, though? Or I can just let you play on your phone.
watching a certain part of a documentary at Lord of the Rings.
Have a document about what?
Chainmail from Lord of the Rings and how many people it took to make it.
Yeah, it was like a big thing. I remember.
Yeah.
So it was a big item in the book, the mithril chainmail.
It's just two guys.
Alright, I'm back.
Chainmail.
Well, Gavin should be back in about 7 seconds, according to what you were saying.
Oh.
But apparently, we're about to hear some big backstory, like really important news. So me and you needed to be here for this.
Oh. Yeah, I needed to take a leak, and we got like 4 beers down and 2 large bottles of tea. Anyways, so while we're here,
Mm-hmm.
you know, later, not tonight, but later, Kelly can make a character for another campaign. Don't even need to write a backstory. Just
Why do that?
I
We
can
should
make a
try to just
character.
make a second character for this one, since everybody's rolling around with 2.
a what?
Everybody's kind of rolling around.
Everybody rolling around in this one with 2 now. Should make a
Alright, I'm
second
back.
for
I
this
realized that was
campaign.
more than 30 seconds. But, Tony, you back?
Yeah. he's
Yeah.
back.
Okay. So, she looks over at you and says, I have to prove myself to my uncle. He,
To who? Looks over at who?
looks over at Shiziki.
Yeah, you're apparently you just need to be here as in Tony be here, but neither of your characters are a part of this conversation.
Unless Dorian would have also split off and followed. Though
No,
Dorian
he
didn't
would've-
notice.
He would have headed back to his barracks. Even if Philia wasn't, like, even if she stopped walking, I assume that if she can roll higher than a 11 with a sneak roll, he would just keep walking and talking by himself.
Okay. Ophelia, do you have your amulet of telepathy?
Yes.
Okay, so you would hear this conversation too. She looks and says, about 10 years ago, I was largely responsible for a very powerful necromantic relic that was also a family heir from being stolen from the necrolytic order out of Thalassia. There was a very charming moon elf as well, who sought a membership, and well, we met, and let's just put it this way. I woke up to a note on the nightstand saying, "Sorry, it's just business." With him gone, and to spare no details, that is not why I now have a daughter, and his name was Carrick.
Hilarious. Carrick, you say? Sounds like a douche.
Yeah. If it wasn't for the fact that I would have to look at my daughter knowing I killed her father, I would seek him out and I would rip the flesh from his bones. But I digress. So that is why I must prove myself to my uncle. He has been rather untrusting of me.
Just out of curiosity, what was this relic?
It was an heirloom that was passed down to my family. In fact, another reason I hate him is because this is the last heirloom that I had of my father's, who is no longer with us. And but it could potentially block foresight. Anyone that had any ability to see the future, anyone that had any ability to discern future events, when in their presence, they would find themselves no longer to do so.
Just out of curiosity, did I ever know Carrick ever had something like that? Did he ever mention that? Because I don't think he did.
He never mentioned something like that. He did mention that the Xanathar was could see the future.
The Xanathar? What the hell's a Xanathar? I know
The leader
Xanathar
of the
is...
Xanatharian crime syndicate.
Oh, that was all...
Xanathar is a canon character in my game. That was just before you. Like,
Yeah.
Immediately before you.
Gotcha,
Like,
gotcha.
that was the last thing they did before you joined the campaign.
Gotcha. Oh, yeah, that's right. The leader that could do stuff like that. Yeah, I remember you telling me that at one point in time. Okay. Gotcha. Alright, continue on with her.
So that is why I must prove myself to my... And I brought great shame upon my family through the events that transpired, and I must make it right. I feel like it is beneficial for us all to be upfront about why we are here and why we are doing what we are doing. And I would ask the same question of you. Why are you here?
A few various reasons. Let's see. In fact, I've had a few different people that have expressed strong interest in me being here. One of which was our good friend that just left us a moment ago.
Yeah, the evangelist, right.
Yeah. Trust me, he can be a bit much, but he's a good guy. But he helped me out a good bit, and in return I told him I'd help him out with this. Along with that, I've got a couple gods that would really seem to think I need to be here, so here I am.
You know, your band of adventurers seems to be very intertwined with the divine.
Yeah, some of us more than others, but I guess we kind of all have our reasons for being here.
I've never cared much for the affairs of the gods. They've have the power to intervene, but yet they never do. I feel as though that should be a push. That here, on the Prime Material, we must look after ourselves. We must protect ourselves. We must carry on in a manner that benefits us, not that benefits some greater being.
You would think
Wouldn't you
so.
say?
No, just... You would think so. You would definitely think so. It seems that a lot of them only really want to get involved when it's convenient, or entertaining, or if they have any of their own interests, and we kind of play along like puppets, and I just don't care for that.
I don't either. That's why you'll find that I'm not much for religion.
I still have to answer my summons and so much and so forth, but on to
What
other...
is the nature of your arcane power?
Oh, just got a lot of tricks up my sleeve. A few powers that I borrowed here, and a few things from other items that I got from there. It's a bit of a hodgepodge, but you know what? It works for me.
But what I mean is, like, I am a wizard. I don't know what Philia is, but what are you?
I am a mercenary true and through, I guess you could say. I've made many deals, and this is just another one. I believe the term's called warlock. I made a deal quite some time ago with an entity.
So you have a rather complicated relationship with the divine.
I don't know if divine is the proper term, but yes, there's a being more powerful than myself that has extended some of that power my way.
And right about this time, you find yourself arriving at the, I guess it's more of just a ramshackle building where you just see boxes of potions. When you walk in, you see that there's a lot of them are being carried out of the room, but you do see one smaller box of potions just kind of sitting there that doesn't seem to really be accounted for. And see one individual checking my notes.
Hey guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you gotta go to bed.
Yeah, we're actually starting work early to try and beat the heat. So it's like past couple weeks and starting at like 6 o'clock rather than 7. So I've been waking up like at 4:30.
Yeah, we're gonna be wrapping it up momentarily anyway, so that's fine, man. Anyway, this yeah. So alright, I'll
just FYI, Gavin, Velasius is not staying in a barrack.
Okay.
How does his conversation go with Aragon?
Artigan.
Aragon.
Artigan? Well,
you guys definitely disagree on a lot of points. You didn't say exactly the arguments to you, but you guys are on opposite sides of the fence. He tries to get into more of a shouting match with you, but you don't engage. You just keep a level tone and continue speaking.
well, so keep in mind that Velasius is a magi of true neutral.
Okay.
So it's like he doesn't favor good or evil, but he does play devil's advocate to everything this guy says. And then he also agrees with the guy on some points too. Like if the guy says something, he's like, "Oh, okay, I see." You know,
It's a nuanced conversation. We'll get into more of the details next week of exactly how it goes.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and sign off.
Alright, man.
All right. See you guys. Y'all have fun.
Alrighty.
If y'all stream later, I'll catch up on it.
I've been streaming this whole time, so
Okay.
yeah. I'll throw it up on YouTube later on, though, so you can find it on Twitch or YouTube. Whichever.
Also, by the way, Gavin, before Velasius goes to bed, he steps out onto the walls, tsunami, and then goes to bed.
He casts Tsunami.
Yeah.
Just try to knock out like a couple hundred undead.
Just right before he goes to
Oh, okay, yeah,
you know.
just a little
Yeah.
Tsunami deal.
Yeah, because he has, I think it's Prodigious Memory is the spell? No, not Prodigious Memory. As a bonus action, you can call to mind and cast one spell of your choice from any class's spell list. You must be able to, the spell must be of a level for which you have spell slot and not have it prepared. And you mustn't have it prepared. Yeah, anyways. Fucking thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's just gonna walk out on the wall. Tsunami.
Okay.
300-foot wall of water. And then go to bed. And he'll even show Artigan his mansion, if Artigan is so willing. Show him around. He'll even show him around into his private laboratory. so he'll know a lot of more things.
Okay. So you
But
don't have
what-
any potions of superior healings, like
Who?
Shiziki.
Hmm? I have greater healing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
So
By the way, how you like how organized my shit is now?
it's very organized. Yeah.
Yeah, look at that, look at that. Oh, yeah.
So she leads you into the building and says,
Okay.
"So this is Tsukiyoni, the head potion maker for the war effort." And she looks up and says, "Ah, Mithra, it's good to see you." Yes, Mithra's been one of the more amiable members of her order. I usually can't stand the rest of them, but she's nice. It's like, well, I try to be a shining example. This is Shiziki. He is going to be on the task force tomorrow, and potions.
It's not like she knows what the task force is. We just had that conversation. I'm assuming that's kind of like...
Well,
I'm
they've
the
had
DM.
several task force who've tried and failed. So
gotcha,
the
gotcha,
idea
gotcha.
of there being a task force isn't an alien.
Gotcha. Okay.
She says, "Well, our potion supplies are running rather dry. I mean, we're keeping up with necessity, and we've been able to minimize casualties, but we don't have a huge surplus. I was just finishing up with a potion here. I can get you about 3 potions of superior healing from this, and I've got a box of 5 potions of greater healing. That is all I can really spare."
Oh, yeah, that'd be amazing right there. And just out of curiosity, is there any chance I could request that you make a potion for me if we had the supplies?
I'm working around the clock trying to keep up with demand.
Oh, I understand. I understand entirely.
Tell you what, once we have one, come and speak to me then. I'd be happy to help you out with anything I'm capable of.
All right. So how many potions was that?
That was 5 potions of superior healing. Yeah, no, it was 3 potions of superior healing and 5 potions of greater.
5 potions of superior healing and 5 potions of greater healing?
Well, 3 potions of superior, 5 potions of greater.
3 potions of greater.
Uh,
Any menace?
5 of greater. Doesn't look like it, no.
All right. And is she just giving this to us? 'Cause
She's
we're
just
part of the
giving it
task
to
force?
you.
Okay.
Yeah, she's just giving it to you.
All right. Why, thank you kindly.
Just do me a favor. Win this one.
Oh,
For all those who have tried and failed.
I've got too much to do to be able to stop my journey here.
It is likely, I do not know you, but it is likely this will be the dangerous target you have ever faced. Prepare yourself for that.
Oh, I'm sure we'll have a grand old time. All right. Now, Mithra, just is there anywhere we could get some armor or anything like that? To be honest, I don't know what Ciliel has. Like, what is she wearing? Good armor or anything like that?
She's wearing, like, some nice half plate, is what it would count as.
Yeah, I think let's get her into like some full plate if we can. Is what I want to do. I want her AC as high up as we can go.
Okay, let me pull up her NPC sheet.
Okay. That and what is Mithra like? What is she wearing? Is she just wearing cloth robes like a sorcerer?
She's wearing light armor. There definitely appears to be some leather to it. I have it classed as studded leather. She took a feat to be able to wear light armor, so she has the lightly armored feat. That way she doesn't have to just rely on mage armor.
It's kind of weird. Like mage armor doesn't really cost that much.
Yeah, but she has it all the time, and it's magically enhanced, so her AC is higher.
Okay, so she's at a good
mage
place
armor.
with it. All right, I got you.
Yeah.
Got you.
So.
Oh, and I just want to throw it out there. Ciliel does still have the giant dildo that turns on fire. So, you know, just remember
Giant
that.
flaming dildo.
She does have that if she needs to use it in the fight.
So her AC right now is 19 because she's got the benefit of the half plate, which is a 16, and she has a benefit, or 17 actually, and she has a benefit of 2 from her dex, making it 19.
Okay.
So actually, plate might not do much good for her.
Okay. Then yeah, I mean, as long as she's got like, you know, good enough armor and all that stuff.
Yeah, she's got an AC of 19 and 200 hit points.
Okay. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to. Does Mithra have any potions or anything on her?
Let me see. She has 3 standard potions of mana and 2 greater healing.
Okay. I don't know how you want to do this, or if you want to write it down, or I'll do it. But I'm gonna give 2 potions of superior healing to Ciliel.
To Celiel, write it
Yep.
down because I don't have anywhere to put inventory for her. Oh, you know what? I'll just add it to her skills.
There you go. Let me ask you this, Mithra. If I needed somebody to craft something for me, just a quick and dirty craft, I need a belt made. Do you know anybody that could maybe just throw something together? Like, it doesn't have to be anything pretty.
I mean, we have an armorer. They may likely already have such an item crafted, but I wouldn't count on them crafting you one at the moment. They currently have all of their resources preparing weapons.
Let's take a quick
crafting
run
armor.
by the armor if I can. And I'm kind of pulling closely. And considering the abilities that me and you have, I know that the paladins are stopping from anyone turning. But do you think there's a chance, just a chance, that we could get our hands on just a freshly deceased warrior that might want to continue the fight?
I think it's likely that wherever our journeys takes us, we will find no shortage of bodies.
That far forward, that the Lich hasn't already recruited.
There's a chance. If we go by the infirmary, there's a chance we may find someone there who is recently. But I would definitely tread with caution if you're planning on doing what I think you are.
Well, I like to have as many allies as possible, so let's keep that in mind in the morning.
The Order of Shield and Light is already highly due to the necrolytic presence. And we are being watched. They might have less of an eye on you, but I would still use caution.
We'll see how things go in the morning. But for now, to the armorer, please.
Alright, you go there, and
I need a belt that can hold potions.
we could fashion a belt as such. It'll be crude as
That's
our
fine.
time.
Just a belt that can hold like 4 potions on it.
Just pick a belt off the wall as he motions to where there's a bunch of belts and says, I'll stitch some loops onto it that could seat some potions.
All right. Yeah, grab it, do it, whole shebang.
He takes it, and this process takes all of about 15 seconds, and it doesn't look pretty. But he basically just takes a stud, pops it into the loop, another stud, pops it into another loop, another stud, another one, and then another. As he literally just pops them onto it and says, it's here.
Perfect. This is fantastic work.
Yeah, definitely not my best.
All right. Yeah, I just needed a belt. That's it. All right. Then, I mean, it's just me and you here, man. So I guess we just go back to the barracks. We drink, we party, whatever. We can just pick up.
Alright. Yeah, we can pick up next week, and you can cut stream now if you want to. It doesn't matter. But next week I'm really looking forward to because it is a dungeon crawl, and we haven't had one of those since